Welcome to the Valuchia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Valuchia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, if everybody wants to find a seat, we'll get started in a few seconds. All right, good morning. We will call the April 7th, 2026 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9:02, and we'll start in just a minute. I will ask you to stand, if you care to stand, for the invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance. This morning we will have Pastor Tommy Clayton of Grace Life Church in Deltona at the high school. We're glad to have Pastor Clayton here this morning. If you are a member of a faith group who would like to participate in the invocations, please just send an email to K, the letter K, Green at volusia.org, and she will get you set up. But this morning we are happy to have Pastor Clayton. Tommy?
Good morning. Let's pray. Father in heaven, thank you for this day. And thank you for the gift of governing body, and thank you for the men and women who serve on this Valuchia County Council. I pray that you would give them, as you did Solomon when he prayed and pleased you with his prayer, Lord, give them a wise, listening, and discerning heart as they hear all the complex cases that would be brought before them at a public hearing like they are listening to today. And I pray, Lord, as they make decisions that are going to impact many lives for many years to come, as they set policies in place, as they direct funding, as they represent the many interests of Valuchia County citizens, I pray that they would respond. First, I pray they would listen with humility and with patience, and that they would respond with wisdom and with clarity and with unity. And I pray that you would bless them, that you would keep them, that you would protect them, and that you would make your face to shine upon them and give them grace, Lord, and peace. We pray all these things in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next time they don't have to. Oh my goodness. Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Santiago.
Here.
Mr. Dempsey. Mr. Johansson. Mr. Kent.
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. We have a quorum with a full dais. We will start the meeting hearing from the public. When I call your name, if you would come up to the podium here, make sure that there is a microphone close to your mouth so everybody can hear you, all the people online and in the room here. The podium, there is a button on the left-hand side to raise it up and down. You will see a timer on the screen in front of you over my head as well. You'll have 3 minutes to talk about any subject that pertains to Valuchia County that the council may be able to act on in the future. Please hold it to 3 minutes because we have a lot of people who would like to speak and 1 hour to do it. Then you'll have another opportunity if you've signed up to speak on an item, and then also at the end of the meeting. So first today, I know nobody wants to go first, but first today is Mary Dickinson.
Good morning. I'm Mary Dickinson. I live at 2005 Marsh Road, and I'm here to speak about Marsh Road. And I would appreciate to have more than 3 minutes so I don't have to file a constitutional violation against this commission, because that fine is only $250,000. So we're going to start off. This letter was put in my mailbox the day after the last commission meeting. Dear Mary, your problem with the dump trucks lies with Don Dempsey, who is having hundreds of dump truck loads of dirt delivered to his property. And she gave the address. She gave me directions how to get there. Okay, you will see the big loads of dirt he has been delivered there and made into a huge motocross track for his kids and friends that covers almost 100 acres. Tell George Rettenwald to look into this. I was flabbergasted, but it came full circle about what was going on with all the dump trucks coming down Marsh Road and destroying the road, our properties, putting cracks in our homes. You can't sleep. 3 o'clock in the morning, Eddie V is going down the road, and our beds are just vibrating in our homes. We've had ground movement. My driveway is cracked and separating. The sidewalks, they do belong to us because Volusia County did not take and install them. But now I am going to fence my prescriptive easement, which goes to the edge of Marsh Road. And that happens to be because I have maintained it for over 20 years and my neighbors. And I'm maintaining the whole block from Pine to Palmetto. And I will be fencing in the sidewalk because I am not going to be sued because this commission has not done their job because the sidewalks are cracking up also. And the weight limit on Marsh Road is 10,500 pounds. You have been told over and over. And Mr. Rettenwald needs to understand there is a difference between a connector road and a substandard road by state standard. State trumps county. So I will be closing that up because I'm not going to have somebody come down there and fall on that sidewalk. My driveway's cracking. There's a void under there because of the good old city water line that was put in illegally on private property.
Okay, let's do this. Don, I have her phone number. Will you contact her later on, or have you contacted her? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. And staff will follow up as well.
Well, we need to dump the dump trucks because they're over
Okay.
10,500 pounds.
Okay. Thank you for coming in. Adam Dory? Pardon?
Dovey.
That's a V. Okay.
Yeah, it's a childish handwriting. I apologize, but I've grown up stuff to talk about. Trust
It's
me.
better than mine.
Yeah. So thank you, Council, for hearing me. My name's Adam Dovey. I reside at 270 West Country Circle Drive in Quiet Place in the country. This is my second council meeting, so I'm very excited. I'm here to talk about Valuchia Forever, and I know it's kind of on the docket, but not, I guess, in the context that I'm talking about, which is why the speaking up front is my time to shine, I guess. So the simplest thing I just have to reiterate on Valuchia Forever is what is confusing me a little bit as to where something that was passed with 70% of the vote is kind of being eroded a little bit. I was at the last meeting. I watched Councilman Dempsey. Again, really good attorney. Well-spoken, smart, handsome. That's the lawyer trifecta right there. Put his foot in the door and keep something open that really doesn't make sense why it's even up for discussion. I get to a certain extent why we want to talk about talking, but it gets to be a little long in the tooth when we kick the can down the road. I have a lot of dadisms, I call them. But the biggest thing is that struck me as strange was we want to use it later. What if we need it? What if we run through the aquifer? What if we burn through everything? Well, God help me, if we're too dumb to save what we have, why would we open up what was protected to burn through that? If we're not showing any responsibility or any wherewithal to say, hey, we do have future generations, what gives us the right to just squander what little we have? Again, I said it last time. I've been to South Florida. It's terrible. Fort Lauderdale is in this state. Miami used to be gorgeous. It's tragic. There's no other real word for it. But why would we allow that to happen here for something that we, again, have a program in place that is forever? So I burned through my time pretty quickly, so I'll jump to it. To pave over our watershed or to do it for anything other than letting it be a natural resource is insane to me. And then if we pave over it, then to stress the aquifer even more by draining from what we just paved over. Again, it doesn't connect the dots. But time frame, you had mentioned 40 to 50 years for Valuchia Forever, even though I believe forever is in perpetuity. 40, 50 years allows developers to plan for their kids. That is not a saving the county for the residents. That's allowing attorneys and developers to manipulate the system. So I would politely say, in the honor of this great country, it's America 250. We've worked pretty well for 250 years. If you want a time frame on Valuchia Forever, I would say make it 250 years minimum and then go from there. That appeases everybody. And again, things do change in a decade, a century and a half, 2.5 centuries, but we should have something that gives us a base to stand on and go from there. Thank you, council, very much.
Thank you very much. Justin Sandusky.
Hey, good morning, Council. My name is Justin Sandusky, and I live in DeLand Highlands off of Marsh Road. I'm here again because the situation on Marsh Road and Old Daytona Road is not improving. Our residential neighborhood continues to be used by dump trucks, semis, and other heavy commercial vehicles as they cut through route, including during late evening and early morning hours, when residents should be able to sleep in peace. This is not just a traffic issue, this is a safety issue, a quality of life issue, and an accountability issue. Residents continue to observe heavy truck activity connected to properties operations that should have been received far more scrutiny by now. One of the clearest examples is the property at 2830 associated with Eddie V Trucking. From a resident's perspective, this appears to be a vacant property with no apparent residential structure being used for RV occupancy and for staging and storing dump trucks in the rear. There were already complaints in 2025 related to wetland modification on said property, yet the visible truck-related activity continues. It appears to continue. The timing also raises legitimate questions. Based on the property records I had reviewed, the property appears to have been acquired on January 28, 2025, after the county had already moved the truck parking ordinance forward, sent it back for revision, but before the ordinance was finally adopted. I'm not claiming a motive. I'm saying that the residents have a right to ask whether the county policy change helped enable this truck-related activity that we are now seeing. At the same time, companies such as Allen Plumbing, Allen Tractor Service, and other large commercial operators continue to use Marsh Road and Old Daytona as a direct route through our neighborhood. This is not one isolated concern. There's a broader pattern of heavy commercial traffic moving through residential roads that were never designed for it. What makes this even more frustrating is the county's response, or lack of one. Residents sent emails, asked questions, asked repeatedly to get straightforward answers from engineers, managers, and staff. Very too often the response is silence, delay, or no meaningful answer, unless people force the issue through public records requests. Residents should not have to invoke Chapter 119 just to get basic transparency about what is happening in their own neighborhood. It is not just by email. 2 weeks ago, I came in with Mary Dickinson, asked questions in person. The response we received was dismissive and unhelpful. We were treated like asking basic questions was an inconvenience, not like residents seeking accountability from our own local government. If this kind of truck staging, storage, or other overflow activity is lawful when it impacts nearby residential homes and neighborhoods, then the county should say so clearly on the record. If it is not lawful, the county should explain why it appears to continue with no visible enforcement. Residents have also started documenting the issue at marshroadsafety.org. The site is already up, is being improved. More information will be posted there. I am asking the council for clear answers, the consistent enforcement, and real action to stop Marsh Road and Old Daytona from continuing to function like a trucking corridor through residential neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jan Albert.
Good morning, governing body. Jan Albert, Country East, Port Orange, appraiser and hydrologist for 54 years. I want to speak about the proposed creek crossing development that requires a 2,000-foot-long bridge to go through the quiet place. And I'll mention a few details that no one seems to be bringing up. The 60-foot platted right-of-way consists of 20 feet of pavement, 20 feet of equestrian and hiking easements, and 20 feet of drainage. A private company cannot vacate those. They run with the land. So only you, the council, can do that, because in order to, even the planners cannot use a waiver to change the comprehensive land use, which is the Tomoka Farms Village local plan. If you are going to do that, you're going to have to justify changing a multi-decade plan for 111, and we are prepared to litigate that. But more importantly is the fact that you're going to have to take down thousands of old growth trees right at the main wetlands and meander point, and you're going to have a flooding issue that you can't keep on that site of about a couple of 100 million gallons every 4-inch rain, not some distant 21 or whatever. We had 8 of those last year, and that's what we average every year. So you're going to flood everything because of all the debris still stuck there from 415 back to Rose Bay and take out most of the county infrastructure, and then to ask 111 property owners to fund either in an HOA or even a CDD a multi-million-dollar bridge to maintain in perpetuity. That's absurd. And we in the Flyin and the Tomoka Farms Village are working together with our legal team to mount an outstanding Florida water body suit to save Spruce Creek, because while DeSantis wants more houses, he didn't mean to destroy a natural resource that's also going to flood a quarter of this county and take out all the infrastructure with us. And everyone in Volusia will pay for these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mike Poniatowski, and you will be followed by Gary Singleton.
Good morning, Council. Mike Poniatowski, Tomoka Farms Village. The last piece of virgin historic oak canopy on Spruce Creek, between Spruce Creek, Flyin, and A Quiet Place in the Country, is about to be developed under something called a conservation subdivision. A creek crossing subdivision is a proposed 125-acre property to be developed into 111 single residential lots. A conservation subdivision. There will be internal roadways, stormwater facilities, including water, wastewater, reclaimed water for irrigation, and many additional amenities to be constructed. The proposal goes before the DRC on the 28th, and if approved, it will be appealed and come before this body for discussion, finally after 8 or 9 months of our discussions of this. Aside from a 2,000-foot concrete DOT-approved bridge that will be necessary crossing over the creek, which will be its only point of ingress and egress, it will be plopped in A Quiet Place on Creek Crossing Road, a small cul-de-sac that has about 20 vehicles a day. During construction, we can probably accelerate that to about 1,000 vehicles per day, and averaging out to about 300 or 400 a day as it services the 111 homes, dog park, tennis courts, pools, clubhouses, UPS, Amazon deliveries, U.S. mail, trash pickups, etc. Thousands of historic oak and other species trees will be cut down as lots are bulldozed, filled with slab-on-grade construction, shedding its stormwater where? Into Spruce Creek, which is currently undergoing a $500,000 study, which is not even back yet. So I don't know why anyone would even entertain this subdivision moving forward, as it is right on Spruce Creek. This is what the developer is asking for: maximum buildable lot waiver, public street right-of-way width waiver, public street and private bridge waiver, tree waiver, wetland impact waiver, historic and specimen tree waiver. There's been so much pushback on this development that Volusia County has put a separate website together for citizens to view all of these documents and the history of the progress of this development. So who maintains the bridge? They want to do a community development district like Reedy Creek, which is Disney, the villages. Locally, we have One Daytona and Indigo. Who's going to foot the bill for that bridge if it needs repair? If the CDD is still in existence, they may, if they have the money. If not, are they going to charge the homeowners $181,000 a piece, which is what it's going to cost? Or what? It's going to fall back on the taxpayers. I don't think any of us want to accept that burden. Staff seems poised to approve this conservation subdivision, regardless of all of these waivers and the damage that will be done to Spruce Creek even before the study is done. So please, when this comes before you, you need to study the process, the problem, and vote against it to protect Spruce Creek, the wetlands, our historic oaks, and the land that once it's gone forever. So thank you. Stop Creek Crossing.
Gary Singleton, and you'll be followed by Gregory Renzak.
My name is Gary Singleton. I'm a Volusia County citizen. You govern with the people's consent. Your purpose for existing is to ensure our rights and protect us from harm. Laws, ordinances, regulations, rules, requirements are the guardrails that protect our homes, our properties, and our communities from those who would seek to do us harm. The Creek Crossing Conservation Subdivision is a concept that will do great harm to the surrounding communities by way of destroying an irreplaceable component of the natural environmental stormwater system. The plan is to destroy thousands of old-growth oaks and essential wetlands. How are Volusia County citizens to be protected from harm when staff only checks boxes, grants waivers, and interprets the comprehensive plan to the developer's advantage? It is the duty of this council and their staff to honor those protection guardrails and make all interpretations in alignment of that for Volusia County citizens. This council will only become involved if the developers have their project approved. Those who will adversely be affected will be forced to appeal. This council will then be able to deny the appeal with clean hands, safely hiding behind staff reports, interpretations, and decisions based on a concept, not reality. But this council's hands are not clean. In 2022, you changed the comprehensive plan from 1 unit per 10 acres to 4 units per acre, a 40-fold increase on a rural property filled with old-growth oaks and wetlands on the banks of Spruce Creek, a creek that is the natural stormwater system for southeast Volusia County. Tens of thousands of individuals depend on this creek to move stormwater away from their homes. Developers don't want to build on a cow pasture. They want to destroy an essential component of a natural stormwater system, a natural system that cannot be replaced with retention ponds. Your duty is to protect our community, to honor our local plan, to enforce the letter and spirit of the laws, ordinances, rules, and regulations that are designed for our protection, not assist an individual developer or corporation by removing the obstacles blocking their objective, which is to exploit an opportunity in an illegal and wholly immoral way for profit. An additional thought, last night, a 2-inch rain prompted a flood warning in my area, a routine Florida rain. You cannot use 12-inch rainfalls and king tides as an excuse to ignore development's impact on the flooding issue.
Thank you, Gregory Renzak, and you will be followed by Gail Grenzig.
Good morning. My name is Gregory Rensack. I live in the Cresswind DeLand Retirement Community. I'm here to discuss the impact that the proposed truck plaza to be located near the I-4 State Route 44 interchange on the East New York Avenue Service Road will have on the neighboring area. You'll hear others discuss the general impact that the plaza will have on traffic congestion in the area, but I would like to focus on the increased traffic impact on emergency services. The proposed truck plaza would be located immediately to the east of Cresswind DeLand. Because the road it will be on is a narrow 2-lane dead-end road, there will be only one way in and one way out. It's logical to expect that the East New York Avenue Service Road would see an extraordinary increase in traffic from both semi-trucks and automobiles. At this time, we don't know how many vehicles will use this plaza on a daily or weekly basis. However, based on preliminary estimates provided by the plaza's developer, it could be as many as hundreds per day. Every vehicle that enters and exits the truck plaza will need to pass directly in front of the Cresswind DeLand entrance. During times of heavy traffic, it's possible that access to the entrance could be restricted or even blocked. This would put the already vulnerable senior residents that live in Cresswind DeLand at increased risk if an emergency were to occur. In a conversation I had with Chief Todd Allen of the DeLand Fire Department, he indicated that the department would not be able to assess the impact this additional traffic would have on emergency response times until a formal traffic study was completed. Unfortunately, the developer is not currently required to complete a traffic impact analysis until the official development plan and final site review, which will occur after the PLDRC votes on the special exception request. To ensure that any decision that is made is fact-based, it's imperative that a comprehensive traffic impact analysis should be completed prior to the PLDRC vote. This analysis should separately estimate incremental semi-truck traffic and incremental automobile traffic and compare both to actual current levels. Comparison to an arbitrary, hypothetical, other use is meaningless at this time. If you have the authority to do so, I respectfully request that you influence the PLDRC to require a comprehensive traffic impact analysis prior to their upcoming vote on the applicant's special exception request. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Gail Grenzig, and you will be followed by Deborah Dudley.
Good morning. My name is Gail Grenzig. I also live in Cresswind, DeLand, which is located within the SR, or State Road 44, residential corridor, and I welcome the opportunity to speak with each of you this morning. During a recent 2-week period, there were 4 major traffic incidents that impacted myself and SR 44, and all required police intervention. There was a rear-end collision at Summit Road and SR 44 that shut down a turning lane. Unfortunately, there was a head-on collision on Kepler Road, north of the new traffic roundabout, that tragically took the life of a mother with 2 young children. There was a 4-vehicle traffic accident on SR 44 near Lake Winnimisset Road that shut down the entire area for over 4 hours. Traffic had to be rerouted through Lake Winnimisset, and those trying to access I-4 had to be rerouted through Lake Helen back to exit 116. And I myself, on my way to a Volusia County Council meeting, was impacted by a Cisco truck that stalled in the intersection of Blue Lake Road and SR 44, backing up traffic for hours and shutting down one lane. Unfortunately, these are not isolated incidents. This is a pattern. They demonstrate that this traffic corridor is fragile, already functioning at a critical level, identified by your traffic engineers in a 2022 report. Since then, thousands of new vehicles have entered this fragile corridor, impacting traffic congestion and safety. And as we all know, an applicant recently submitted an application to develop a truck plaza in this fragile corridor. But today is not about the merits of that development. That will come in the future. Today is about the process. Much like putting the cart before the horse, the county process does not require a traffic impact analysis before staff submits a report to the PLDRC. The methodology that they submitted may not reflect international traffic engineer characteristics separating truck and passenger car characteristics and behavior. Heavy trucks behave differently from passenger cars. Slower acceleration, longer stopping distances, and wider turns. When they merge, they cause sudden braking and destabilize traffic flow. This is particularly important if you look at the exit 118 West, where SR 44 traffic, a bicycle path, and the I-4 off-ramp all converge in an elevated, semi-blind traffic merge. County staff and other departments have constantly asked for a comprehensive traffic impact analysis with real traffic counts, crash behavior, intersection operations, merge behavior, and separate modeling for traffic and heavy trucks. My request is that the county require a complete, transparent, ITE-compliant TIA separating truck and car behavior before the state staff makes a recommendation to the PLDRC. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Deborah Dudley, and you will be followed by Jeremy Karaginas.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Deborah Dudley, and I also reside at Cresswind, DeLand. I am here to respectfully request the traffic impact analysis be completed before the PLDRC decides whether to grant the special exemption for developing a truck plaza at I-4 and State Road 44 interchange. Regarding the traffic, consider the following housing developments under construction within a 2-mile radius of the interchange. We have Cresswind, DeLand with 599 homes, Lakewood Park, 361 homes, Trinity Gardens, 309 homes, and the Reserve at Victoria, 406 homes. These developments will add at least 4,000 more vehicles on the road every day within the next 5 years. Additionally, plans to extend East Beresford Road to Summit Road will allow for more residential development, including the Park Lake Estates planned development. The extension of East Beresford was initially planned to alleviate traffic on East New York Road. However, new developments along that road are unlikely to reduce the problems East New York Road is experiencing. Furthermore, the new public shopping center at Kepler in New York will also add more traffic. Given these factors, how can Volusia County permit a truck stop with only a 2-lane service road as ingress and egress without conducting a comprehensive traffic impact analysis? How can one make an informed decision about such a significant project without all the necessary information up front? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jeremy, while you're coming down, Nancy Miller will follow you, and then Paul Holmes.
Good morning, Council. Jeremy Karaginas, President of Local 3574. I represent all the firefighters in the county. Here today, a little offset. We had the opening of groundbreaking of Station 15 the other day, and coming up here and giving me the opportunity to speak, being a thorn in your side at times to maybe push that along. I had 2 new firefighters. It really resonated with them, the work that you guys are doing. So today I just wanted to say I appreciate you. Although government moves a little slow, thank you for listening to me. Thank you for letting me be a thorn in your side, and I'm really happy for the future of fire rescue. I didn't plan to speak, but I have the privilege of serving that Kepler Marsh Road area. I promise you the county has given me the equipment to get to you. So we'll be there for you if you call 911, but I'm a little nervous today, so just want to say thank you.
Nancy Miller.
Nancy Miller, Daytona Beach Shores. So Chair, Vice Chair, and Council, I want to take this opportunity to pass on my sincere thanks and appreciation for approving the budget that included funding the Citizens Academy. George, Suzanne, I want to tell you what a phenomenal job your directors, your department head, and your staff did explaining how their department worked, their functions, and how it fits into the overall operations of Volusia County. I'd like to give my special thanks to HR department headed up by Dana Page Pender and her team for the wonderful sessions. We had great classes. We had wonderful participation. They were engaged and they asked quality questions. The Academy offered insights into each county department. It fostered civic engagement, transparency, and pride in our county. There was a great experience available to each of the county residents that want to learn more about how our county is structured, how budgets are developed, and functions are performed. What a wonderful opportunity this was for me to learn and build on my service to my community and my continued service to Volusia County. This was a 12-week commitment with 15 sessions, but it was so worth the time invested. Our final session will be on site this Thursday evening at the Beach Safety Headquarters in Daytona Beach. Some of our sessions have included accounting, animal safety, beach safety. We had a visit from our county attorney. We had Daytona Beach International Airport, economic development, fire rescue, human resources, medical examiner, Ocean Center, purchasing, and I can go on and on and on. There was actually 30 different sessions that we had the privilege of attending. So I just want to say I highly recommend this academy to any citizens who wish to learn in depth more about our county. Thank you so much for thinking of me and every one of our residents, making sure we know what is going on in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Paul Holmes, and you will be followed by Susan Holmes.
Hope you don't mind if we come up here together. I'm Paul Holmes. Susie follows me. First of all, it's great to be here and talk in front of you guys, especially Danny Robbins. You represent our district, and of course, Jeff, thank you. Also, I'm here on behalf of the Spruce Creek Property Owners Association. I am the president of that organization. We're 1,600 homes and hangars inside the gates of Spruce Creek. We are deeply affected by the Cross Creek development, and we want to just make sure that you understand what's going on. I have a list of 4 items here that I'm going to give to you guys later this afternoon in an email. It's a red line request that we have made to the developer, Luxor Corporation, which is down in Orlando. We have good ongoing communications going with them. I've had them over and given them a tour. They seem amenable to our requests, And we've come a long way in getting some items that we need at Spruce Creek. It's typically protection of our waterway rights due to hurricane and high flow circumstances. And of course, we're the largest aviation community in the world. We are a jewel among the aviation, and I should say community, and we have 32,000 flights every year over that area, and it brings a great impact a financial impact to our communities. Here are my requests. Number one, an aviation agreement in the deeds on the homes being built and an aviation disclosure on all sales. They've already agreed to that. We haven't run it through our lawyers. We've hired, I think, the best law firm, Ansbach Law firm from Jacksonville, and we're very well funded. Number two, drainage swales in 3 places with 2 corresponding large culverts below the streets. Number 3, move the entry road south, and my wife will be referring to this, move the entry road south as to not destroy a 2.15 acre wetland that is part of a Spruce Creek tributary. Spruce Creek is in outstanding Florida waters, and it's inside a conservation development. This is a conservation development. We must all remember that. They have to protect what's there. Number 4, the Mystery Bridge. What are the bridge plans? Where is the design picture? How high is it? How low is it? How long is it? Somehow this information is all still missing after 2 of your staff's technical review committee meetings. We have no idea what this, who's paying for this in the future? What are the standards going to be? How much is it going to cost? Anyway, this project should not be going to the Development Review Committee before these items are disclosed.
Thank you.
Very
Susan?
secretive.
Thank you. Susie Holmes, I'm also in District 3 with him in Spruce Creek Fly-In. I want to speak specifically about the creek crossing waivers. The wetland waiver is the one that I want to talk about. I think this should absolutely be rejected immediately. They are referring to a law that if it is the only way to access your property, you could go through a wetland. That's what their basis of their waiver is. However, their bridge is here. They have it coming through here. This is as is. They go through here and destroy this wetland. And then in their waiver, they mention that they're going to add homes in here over the wetlands because they're saying because they have to split it up, they might as well ruin the entire wetlands. They first call it average in the beginning of their waiver request, and at the end, they call it low quality. They're changing their own language in their waiver. If they were to just move this road this way, it would completely they have access this way. They wouldn't have to go through the wetlands. And in their waiver, they don't mention that besides adding all these homes that go over the wetlands, they're also putting a pickleball court in. They don't even mention that in their waiver. This pickleball court is ridiculous to put a pickleball court over wetlands. What I see the problem going forward, if this is allowed to happen and this wetland goes away, then the headline's going to be that Valuchia approved a conservation development. They destroy wetlands to place pickleball courts there. It makes absolutely no sense that they would be allowed to add all these homes and a pickleball court over wetlands when they have access to their property by just turning this way there. So I really request that you get on with staff and discuss that this waiver should not go forward at all because they have the ability to move the road over and not affect this wetland. Thank you very much. I hope that you consider that.
Thank you both.
And we can guarantee that the news is going to hear about that pickleball court.
Okay. J.C. Mackles. I don't know if I'm reading that right. Is there, pardon me? No. What does JC stand for? Come on, you're burning time.
Any number of things,
There is no address.
and that's not mine. 413 North Gregory Avenue. Yeah.
It's not on here.
Two things. One,
No. Did you read that?
again, core values. Somebody came up and thank you for a Citizens Academy. Now, is that a core value to be determined? Now, if cultural arts is not a core value, what else is not a core value? Library, airport, buses, ocean center. What's a core value? None of those things. If you go back to the founding of the U.S., none of those existed. So what is a core value? Now, Jeff mentioned it for a few seconds at the beginning of one of your workshops. Nobody responded. It was just a shaking of the head, like, yeah, we agree. But it was never defined. So I would ask you guys, please, so the rest of us know what you're going and where you're going, please determine what are core values and what you're going to cut or possibly cut. The librarians need to know if they have to go out searching for a job. We need to know if we're going to sell the airport. Those things are important. So please establish core values. Secondly, I don't know if you guys heard about our city commission meeting last week. It was a circus, all right? Poor Troy Kent would have gone nuts. 3.5 hours discussing a 10-minute report. We had an auditor come up to give a report on the fire department. It took 3.5 hours for the 10-minute report. Now, some earth-shattering things came up to the point where one of our commissioners wanted to fire our city manager. One was 15 smart televisions. Well, yeah, they upgraded the department IT. And with that, all the upgrades required a smart television. So we bought it. And that's what we're upset about. Secondly, the fire department spent $50,000 over 5 years on food. Well, that comes out to about 50 cents a meal for a fireman. I mean, they're as big as Reinhardt. They sat in front of me at the meeting. They can't live on 50 cents a meal. But what turned out is it wasn't their meals anyway. They paid for their own meals. The money was for the community events. The books they bought were for community books, not their own. And then lastly, we have 900 vehicles, 4 of which did not have tags, 1 of which did not have a decal. Those are the things you wanted to fire the city manager on. I want the public to know it is not a big deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the ever-shrinking Vice Chair, Matt Reinhardt. Catherine Pante, and there she is.
Well, I know this is a bit redundant, but we've gone through Valuchia Forever for the last 5 months of it being picked apart. So I'm going to be a little bit redundant today. I'm here to ask for your support in placing a charter amendment on the ballot that fully protects what Valuchia voters approved in 2020 when they renewed the Valuchia Forever program with 75.6% of the vote. Alachua County drafted a strong, legally binding charter amendment designed to protect the land they placed into conservation through their voter-supported Alachua Forever program. Valuchia can do exactly what Alachua did, legally, safely, and without conflict. Our proposal follows a model that has stood unchallenged for nearly 2 decades and is in full compliance with state and federal law, as referenced in Section C of the amendment. The key element in Alachua's amendment appears to be in Section B, which states in part, protected public places may not be sold or converted to a use that will result in a loss of value or values for which the property was placed on the registry, except by a majority vote of the electors voting in a countywide referendum election. This amendment applies only to lands placed in conservation on the registry, where all land purchased for conservation should be. All other county-owned lands, such as those used for public works or other purposes, could be sold with a simple majority vote of the council. While I respect the work done by our Charter Review Commission, the amendment proposed for placement on the ballot falls short. It leaves a door open for the sale of conservation land through the vague term public purpose. That phrase is broad and easily manipulated. weakening the protections voters believe they were voting or were funding. For example, one member suggested, what if we need a fire station? We should not be selling off conservation land for such purposes. Those needs should be anticipated and funded through the development that created the demand for additional infrastructure like a fire station. Regrettably, we must protect Valuchia Forever conservation land program from the political whims of those who wish to repeal and undermine it. At a time when a sitting council member continues to challenge and undermine Valuchia Forever, the need for stronger protections has never been clearer. An Alachua County-style charter amendment would ensure that conservation land cannot be sold without direct approval of the voters. These lands belong to the people who paid for them. The people of Volusia County deserve the final say in protecting them. I respectfully ask you look past the Sarasota red herring. Those two amendments were overturned, were not in compliance with Florida state law, and not an apples-to-apples comparison with the Alachua Amendment. Instead, give the residents of Volusia County the same common sense protection that Alachua voters enjoy. Thank you for your consideration and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And that concludes the opening public comment, and we'll move to item 1, approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second. Motion to approve by Vice Chair Reinhardt, second by Councilman Robbins. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the agenda is approved as presented. We'll move to item 2, the consent agenda. Does anyone have an item that they would like to comment on?
I'd like to comment. I'd like a discussion and comment staff on P.
On P, not for a vote, just
Not
comment.
for a vote. Yes, sir.
Councilman Robbins.
Motion approved consent agenda as presented.
Second.
And we have a... These are all for consent? Okay. Matt, you made the motion. Councilman Robbins made the second. Okay. Okay. And before we vote on it, we have a number of people from the public who would like to comment on various items. Jeremy Karaginas.
Good morning. The item is D. If you can bring that up. This was created by AI. So my name is Jeremy Karaginas, president of Local 3574. Anytime we can enhance the safety and accountability and efficient, I'm all for it. The firefighters for it. We live by it. We typically wear all our gear and do as we should. But I do want to ask that we take a closer look at this item and actually see what's being proposed here. The agenda item refers to telematics, but I just want to call it what it is. I think Samsara rep is here. These are video cameras, audio recordings inside vehicles. This distinction matters, especially when it involves employees, times, and most importantly to me is patient care. We live by HIPAA and protected health information, and there really hasn't been any clear guidance or documentation on this. So I'm sure he can probably make me feel more comfortable about this, but the document highlights little things like tracking, speed, location, vehicle activity, but the reality is they're cameras, they're recording it, it's sophisticated AI. Again, I'm for safety if this enhances it. I would ask that, what did we do to research this, and why are we putting these in vehicles? So are we, and I'm also concerned with the duplication of what we do. Our fire engines currently track our speed, GPS. It tells me if I'm speeding or not. We pay a lot of money for these things to be installed in our vehicle. So I have a little concern with the duplication of the cost. It's $180,000 per year or more per the document. Safety is always worth this kind of investment, but I think it's reasonable for the council to ask what the measurable benefit will be. For me, my concern is who has access to these recordings, how long is the data stored, how it's used in like disciplinary things, and most importantly, how the protected health information is distributed. If it goes to some server in Idaho and somebody requests that video, obviously if there's a video on scene of a call where a patient's face is in there, the date and the time and everything, and this person in Idaho has this video. They're now becoming part of that protected health information. So I'm not here to oppose this at all. I'm just asking that we'd slow down, look at it, get it right. AI is in the future. Cameras are in the future. We see it all the time. I believe a majority of the sheriff's department doesn't have them, from what I was told by their union president. I think a few of their traffic units do. Obviously, they have the body cameras as well. But at the end of the day, if we're going to move in this direction, I think we should apply these cameras thoroughly, consistently. I'd be interested to help with the policy or procedure.
Before you go, you also are up for item G.
Okay.
But David Santiago, did you have a question for him?
I do, and then for staff, Mr. Chair, you want me to do it now?
Unless you want to hear what he says about item G first.
I think we should deal with this one
Okay,
first.
go ahead.
You in your comments, you believe that some of these things are duplicative from what the current systems that we have in our vehicles do, and you sparked my interest. So thank you for coming up to speak. And more so, I just wanted to clarify. That's what you said, right? But also from a staff perspective, Mr. Chair, and to my colleagues, if staff can give a synopsis of this as to the reason is also, I think you said, why do we need this? So I don't think you said it that way, but I kind of interpreted that maybe wrongly. But help me understand why the taxpayers should pay $180,000 annually for this service, and how is it going to make life better for Volusians?
Just kind of give you Robert Gilmore, Fleet Management Director. So this item is actually for telematics for all county vehicles. We've had GPS on county vehicles for many, many years. This is renewing a contract for that. It's typically, we have about 500 vehicles that have telematics on it right now, and about 150 of our generators are connected through telematics. We can check the status of those, fuel levels, that kind of stuff. We do, the fire department did several years ago add 6 cameras to the battalion vehicles that are forward facing, like a dash cam, and those are the only cameras that are actually part of this. We are exploring some other technologies as possibilities, but that's really not part of this. This is renewing a contract of our existing fleet. The fire engines do not have Samsara because they already have telematics on them. So we're not duplicating, we're not putting telematics on top of vehicles that already have telematics on them. These are typically automobiles and that kind of thing that have this kind of technology, that we're putting this technology on. And
What's
currently
the benefit? Why is this good for Volusia?
Well, you can, fleet management, I use them, my staff uses them daily to route our drivers, make sure that they're going to calls, find who's the closest response. If we have a breakdown, we can pull up our service truck, see who's there, who can get there the quickest, those type of things. The divisions, they use it to make sure they optimize routes. There's technology in there that if you have 10 routes, 10 spots, you can load them in. It'll tell you what's the most efficient order to go take those to make that route. Sometimes you may not realize that you're zigzagging, so it kind of puts that in a most effective route.
Give me an example. What do you mean by a route? What service?
So we use them for fueling. So if I have a list of generators that need fuel, or 10 generators, I'll give that to the fuel guy, but we'll put it in the order. You need to go here, then here, then here, then here, and it basically makes an efficient circle. Because sometimes when you're beachside and then maybe you see something in Osteen or something like that, you kind of get, you know where things are, but you may not know what the most efficient route is. So it puts it in the most efficient route that drives the least amount of miles, burns the least amount of fuel, that kind of thing.
And remember, his equipment that he's fueling moves. It's not just like he fuels heavy equipment, so all those public works guys you see cleaning ditches and everything, they don't always drive back. He goes to them and fuels them with that. He also, the 150 generators he mentioned, the fact that with telemetrics we can now see what their fuel levels, oil levels, check like that from a desk rather than driving around and going to each one of those, so that saves money. Some of the questions that you've heard in other cities and things going on about where people are, what they're doing, we know where people are and what they're doing. And if we don't, we can certainly find out. So, and again, as he said, this is something we've been doing for many years, and this is just really renewing a contract. I think the difference with the fire department was there's 6 extra cameras for the battalion chiefs. So
yeah, can you, I'm still kind of, thank you for that, George, that helped me. But I'm still kind of confused to the fire department connection. What are we doing new in the fire department?
We're not doing anything new. I didn't get a chance to talk to Jeremy, so I didn't know of his concerns or anything like that. These cameras that he mentions have been in those battalion vehicles for, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5 years, something like that. I didn't, have to go back and look and see when we put those in. But this is not anything new. This is continuing what we currently have. So I'm not really sure. We're always adding, GPSs slowly to vehicles. I'm adding them more and more to my pool vehicles, so we have more visibility on where people are using pool vehicles and that kind of thing. It's always kind of an evolution, but there's no big push to load up a bunch of cameras on fire services vehicles or anything like that.
Thank you. And thank you for your addition, George, because I was questioning it from the perspective also as to, we're talking about money spent and do we need it? But it sounds like there's a savings here in performance.
I think we've used it very well over the years to hone in on and be more efficient, and that's the purpose. And the other thing, we let everyone know they're there. I mean, we're not in I gotcha or anything like that. They know that the technology's there. And again, it's mainly used to become more efficient.
Yep.
And sometimes it's used to defend us, by the way. Quite often we get accused of being places where we can tell you exactly where we were and when we were there.
Yep.
And some of this technology is pretty exact. He can also get a lot of good vehicle and engine information if he needs it.
Yes,
and with these big pieces of equipment that we own, it's very important that he has that information.
Thank you. That was very helpful to me. And Mr. Chair, I see our sheriff just arrived to our meeting. I don't know if he's serving a warrant or not. Back here.
Councilman Johansson.
So my question to Robert and Chief and Aaron and anybody else associated is this the first, you said you hadn't talked to Mr. Karaginas about this before, correct?
Yeah,
Chief?
I didn't think this was going to be controversial.
My concern from a process perspective is I don't want staff operating in silos, George. It ought to be open lines of communication both ways. It sounds like these questions could have been answered by staff had we communicated, yeah?
It was brought to my attention by Jeremy a couple days ago, and I told him that this has nothing directly to do with the fire service, that nothing's changed on our part. This is a county thing. There's no movement from this. We would have to make a decision to move towards this ourselves. This is just on fleet side.
Sure.
And the only vehicles, like we said, that we currently have is the battalion vehicles.
Right.
That decision was made prior to me coming here.
Yeah. All right.
If any changes would come, we'd talk about it.
Yeah, if we can work to make sure that these questions get answered at the staff level, so they don't. We have to assume that our staff is doing all the right work and leaving policy to us. And it sounds like what Jeremy is asking, talking about, or concerned about is a policy change. And if there is no policy associated with the contract, then we ought to work hard to make sure that our members are comfortable with what we're doing, so we don't have to take the time to clarify the situation here. And I love to have that conversation with you, but your public comment, we don't normally communicate with the public during public comment, so I'll let that go. Thank you, Chairman.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. David, to answer yours, I had same questions. I'm particularly interested in the safety of it, though. We often got, I'm going to refer to an agency, I don't know why, at the jail, you got accused of, when we're taking transports, that we were somewhere where we weren't. Now, whether or not we had that technology back then, I don't know. They did a great job at selling it that they did. So, yeah, selling horses. Thank you. But also corrections, if they are going in some of them, I applaud that, because we're not used to taking, like the sheriff's office is out on the road defending our streets. We're not used to that. That our atmosphere is in a confined area. So when we have to take inmates to Orlando, RMC, or to the receiving medical center to taking 28, 30 inmates at a time, if we break down, I want to know where they're at. This right here ensures that, if in fact we are going to do it. And if we are, awesome. If we're not, maybe we ought to look into that. So, thank you, Chair.
Councilman Kent.
Chairman, I wasn't going to speak until I heard Mr. Johansson, and it has compelled me, not that George needs me to do this, because he has very broad shoulders and he can handle himself very well. But from what I've heard this morning, it sounds like staff did everything right. You had no idea there was a concern from the union president. You found out about a concerned chief. You let the union president know. There was nothing new happening. So that's on the union president, who decided to come in here, which he can do, or anybody can do, and share concerns about something that it sounds like there's not a concern about. So I just wanted to say, staff, thanks for doing what you're supposed to do, unless the union president's going to come up and share new information that we haven't heard, and that's up to the chair if he's going to allow that, because the 3 minutes has already been utilized for that. But thank you for doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Okay, Jeremy, you are also up for item G, which is a First Amendment to the use agreement for Volusia County Emergency Medical.
Am I allowed to address a couple of things, just 30 seconds on the last thing?
If there's no from the council. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, I am for technology, for enhancing safety. The only concern, which is very soon, and it just happened to be this item number. I rode up as a battalion for 9 months. I never knew that there was cameras in the vehicles. There's no policy. There's no driving thing. The only policy for driving is from 2000, HR Bulletin 9. The cameras were mounted by fleet in a manner. This is why my head went crazy. They were mounted in a manner in the same expedition vehicle 2 different ways. This AI camera caught the reflection in the mirror and notified them to take care of something. My concern is only with the protected health information of our citizens. This AI camera has the ability to do that. But I don't want to beat a dead horse. It's a good thing. I can see the value. The Samsara website's very effective, very good website. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this up.
Is there a clock?
All right. Item G, this is adding essentially the capabilities for the city of DeLand to transport. I am for this. Anytime we can do a fire-based EMS, whether it's in an event at Stetson or any kind of standby, 100% for it. I appreciate our partnerships with the city of DeLand. I hope we should just take a little bit look at this, nothing major, just to bring concern. It wasn't that long ago that we had our EMS units at Station 82 in DeLand. We had to vacate that property. It put the county in a situation where we had to find these crews a place to live, and you guys did it. You guys put them at 46 in Glenwood. I don't speak for them. It altered a little time, response times, but we're getting through it. I just wanted to pose a little consideration. We do a little bit more extensive training on transport and EMS. I think those guys should have to do that as well. We usually have about 5 days before we can even think about transporting a patient after you've cleared as a paramedic with the medical director. Again, you guys are conservative. Cost, 7.5% collection fee. I think that's pretty routine around the county. I think the county should be doing it. I think the county should be issuing those COPCNs. The question becomes and we shouldn't be making money on transport, but there is a revenue point to this. If you charge a citizen in DeLand at that, and let's say an ambulance transport is $1,000, 7.5%, my firefighter math is $75. I just hope we're at least getting a full tank of gas back in this ambulance. It's stocked with high-tech equipment, very valuable. I hope it's housed in a proper manner. I have full confidence in DeLand Fire Department, Chief Allen. I consider him number 2 chief, number 1 being Chief King. But again, I'm for this. I'm glad that we're kind of moving this way in that direction. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. The next item, we have 4 people to speak on item H. Before they do that, would you mind coming forward and just giving us a 30,000 foot view of item H on bonding? It might answer a lot of questions people have.
Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. Item H is an IRS document primarily. It does authorize some other preliminary matters, like if we move forward, who the bond counsel would be, if we move forward, the fact that we'll need ratings and other things that are necessary for bond financing. But the primary purpose of this is to declare the county's official intent that if we move forward with bonds, and that is the important part, is if we move forward with bonds, that we're starting the clock today, that any purchases we make under the Valuchia Forever program starting today would be eligible to be uses of those future bond proceeds. In general, the IRS has a lot of rules and restrictions on tax-exempt debt because they want to make sure that when tax-exempt debt is issued, that is a subsidy from the federal government, basically the fact that they're not collecting income taxes for that income, because to the bondholders that's income. So that's why there's all these rules for this tax-exempt debt, and that's why the IRS is involved in our debt issuances. And those rules include making sure that we're not just trying to issue tax-exempt debt for prior past projects, and they have an interest in that. So there's a process to try to extend that, and that's what this is. This is declaring an intent that if we move forward with bonds, the clock starts today. Any purchases made by council going forward would be eligible for that. It does not approve any individual land purchase. Each land purchase will be brought forward through the Valuchia Forever process. Council still decides on each and every land purchase, and none of this requires any individual purchase. So there'll still be an individual vote, an individual decision on any land purchase that is done. There is a reserve balance in the Valuchia Forever Fund, so depending on the purchases, it's possible that the reserve balance might be enough to fund that. It just really depends on the actions that council takes in the next 15 to 18 months. The IRS gives you an 18-month window. It takes about 3 months to get the bond financing process through. So in 15 months is when we'll recalculate where we are. We'll look at how many land purchases and how much money has been allocated to that. And if there's a need, if the purchases accumulated over that period of time warrant a bond issuance, at that point I would seek council direction to move forward with using any of those other preliminary services. So this will not incur any costs unless council directs to move forward with bond purchasing. It just starts the clock that these are eligible if we move forward.
Thank you. And that, for the 4 people that wanted to speak, that you just heard from Ryan Osowski, the Chief Financial Officer, he's just is doing good preparation so that if we need something, we'll have it. So I'll call your names. If you'd like to just say, we approve, do that. If you want to come up and take your time, first we have Mike Poniatowski.
Thank you. I'll be brief. So in 1986, with a flash of political exuberance, the sitting county council and a bunch of land activists devised a program to purchase endangered lands for preservation and perpetuity. And I see that Mr. Dempsey just walked out of the room. It was a great program. It was approved with 61% of the voters in a formalized program called Valuchia Forever in 2000. It was reapproved by 75.6% of the voters in 2020 because it is very valuable to protect endangered lands, to keep it from being developed so that 1,000 years from now, that land is available for enjoyment by our population. We have another 14 years to go on that 2020 vote. So we don't need Valuchia Forever to be touched for the next 14 years. It comes up for a vote in 14 years. At that point, we can revisit it, discuss it, and see where it's going. But the next 14 years are going to be very important when it comes to preserving endangered lands. Because as you can see across the county, we are developing swaths of perfectly beautiful endangered lands. We're bulldozing them, we're chopping up the trees, we're filling it, building slab-on-grade developments, and we're having the devastating consequences throughout the county. Not just in the Tomoka Farms Village, but everywhere. In Orange City, in DeLand, in Ormond Beach, in New Smyrna, in Edgewater, in Port Orange, everywhere. So it's important to find these pieces of property, to purchase them when they're available. That's why bonding is very important, because if we don't have the money, we can bond for it and purchase it today when it's available before it goes on the open market to preserve that land in perpetuity. Valuchia Forever, the word forever means forever. I think you guys understand that. And I think everybody in this room understands it. And I don't think anybody in this room is against Valuchia Forever. We are against any changes in the program. We want it to remain the same. We have 14 more years to run out the clock on the program as is, as voted on by 75.6% of Volusia County voters. Can we get that many people to agree on many things? No, but they agree on Valuchia Forever. So protect Valuchia Forever. I know discussions have come up about gutting it, changing it to the detriment of the program. We want bonding. We want it to run the clock. We don't want any changes, no more charter amendments, nothing else, but keep the program as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Weaver? You're good? Thank you. Catherine Pante? Followed by Suzanne Schreiber.
Good morning, Council. I'm here to speak in support of bonding for the Valuchia Forever Land Conservation Program. Volusia County residents voted for conservation because we understand what's at stake. We are one of the fastest growing regions in Florida, and with growth comes pressure on our natural lands, water resources, and quality of life. Valuchia Forever was created to protect what makes this county special: our wetlands, our wildlife habitats, which includes turtles and squirrels, Councilman Dempsey, our floodplains, and our drinking water sources. These lands don't sit idle. They work for us every day by reducing the impacts of flooding, improving water quality, and preserving the natural beauty that draws people here in the first place. Bonding is a tool that allows us to act now rather than later. Land prices aren't going down. Development pressure is not slowing. If we wait, we may lose opportunities we will never get back. This is about honoring the will of the voters. We approve funding for conservation with the expectation that it would be used effectively and in a timely manner. Moving forward with bonding demonstrates that you are listening and that you are committed to delivering on that promise. Land conservation is the smartest investment a community can make. Land conservation protects property values, reduces long-term infrastructure costs, mitigates flooding, protects our drinking water, and ensures that future generations inherit a county that feels like home, not just another overdeveloped stretch of Florida. I respectfully ask you to support bonding for the Valuchia Forever and ensure this program achieves its full potential for our environment, our economy, and future generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Suzanne Schreiber. And I'll just remind everybody, this item hasn't been pulled for a vote, so the only way to vote against it, we'd have to vote against the entire consent agenda. So I think you're safe, but we do appreciate hearing from you.
Good morning. Suzanne Schreiber, Dream Green, Volusia. There is only one Valuchia Forever program. There are not different versions of the program for the council, the state, the federal government, the Charter Review Commission, the Finance Department, the Valuchia Forever Committee, or the public who voted. There is only one program to uphold with integrity and perpetuity, with partnerships, transparency, and bonding that we voted for. Because these were not read into the public record on March 17 and some were missing, I'm here today to make sure they are recognized. The following are letters of support from municipalities and organizations: 1,000 Friends of Florida, Indian River Lagoon Council, cities of Oak Hill, Edgewater, Daytona Beach, Ormond Beach, Deltona, Daytona Beach Shores, Lake Helen, Orange City, DeLand, and the town of Ponce Inlet. Florida Wildlife Corridor Foundation, St. John's Riverkeeper, Indian Riverkeeper, Southeast Volusia Audubon, Echo Volusia Forever, Florida Native Plant Society, Pawpaw Chapter, Can Do 2 Ormond, De Leon Springs Community Association. It is a momentous occasion to reach 40 years of land conservation conservation initiatives, or 25 years of Valuchia Forever in 2026. We are in a position to celebrate our achievements. The best way to uphold expectations is by example. Action showing our state legislators, federal representatives, local municipality elected officials, and our electorate that we respect what we vote for, property owner rights, the value of land. What elected representative or representatives will champion Valuchia Forever? Who will be the ambassador or ambassadors to a celebration? Respecting perpetuity, partnerships, transparency, and bonding. The state of the county next year should be dedicated entirely to celebrating our 40th year milestone and the goals we reached this year. Our intentions are pure. Leadership is about leading, showing that we will not sell our conservation lands and we will not develop them for future infrastructure because we know the value of where we live and we respect it. Land conservation transcends time, division, and politics in Valuchia. The support shown is unwavering. This is a shared path of collaboration for the greater good that began decades before you, now during your time as elected officials, and will continue after you. Humbly, before and after many of us. Please support the concept of bonding today as a tool required for success. And in addition, we support the Alachua Amendment for Valuchia as well. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Wanda Van Dam, and you will
Turning
be...
these in on public record. They are positive letters. Thank you.
Thank you. Wanda Van Dam, and you will be... You're good? Thank you. John Nicholson to close item H out.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. A question. I listen to people who talk on Valuchia Forever and Florida Forever, and it seems everybody has their own opinion what they voted for. When I voted for Valuchia Forever and Florida Forever, the idea was to save the land for a number of reasons, not just to leave them pristine. All right, if we need this land, let's say for a trail that goes through the forest, what's wrong with putting a trail through the forest? All right, oh, well, we can't do that because in this person's view, it has to be pristine. You can't touch it. Well, what's the use of putting all this land if we don't use it when we need it for recreation? Many of us thought, oh yeah, we're going to use it for recreation. So which one do you all agree with? Must it stay pristine and never touched? Or can we use it for recreation? Or can we use it for flooding? Or can we use it for gas in the future if we need it? All right? I don't believe those things were brought out during the vote. And if you put it to a vote, do people really believe that we can never, ever touch half of our entire county for anything? I don't believe anybody thought that. So when you look at this, I understand Dempsey has his own view, all right? I may not agree with it. And I don't agree with the idea that we never touch it, that we leave it pristine. Half of our county can't be left untouched. I understand it's water conservation. It's an active thing. It's beneficial to us. But so are trails. So are horse trails. So are whatever. There are all kinds of things that can be done that don't affect totally, that is, what the land was set aside for. So I think we have to have a discussion at some point. Is it pristine? Does this amendment, this Valuchia Forever, say it must remain pristine and can never be touched? Or can there be, due to whatever happens in the future, if we vote or if there's a council vote, if there's a need, we can change it, not totally, but in incremental things, or that can be needed by the county and by the people of Volusia County. Thank you.
Thank you, and that brings us to item J, which is the NCA and NDA Collegiate Championship Days. Amy Manizzi of DeLeon Springs.
Amy Munizzi, DeLeon Springs. We, the public, understand that this is your consent agenda and you're going to pass it.
However, we want to be on record. That's the reason why we're up here talking about these things. This is out on YouTube for 500 people to listen to. It's important that, yeah, you've already passed it, you've already decided you're going to pass it, but it's important to us that those out there that can't come here are actually listening to us, the public. I'm speaking on Animal Control Officer Week, April 12th through 18th. That proclamation is long overdue. Those animal control officers are absolutely incredible. I don't think anybody understands what they face and what they put themselves through on a regular basis. I want to specifically call out Officer Riggins. We've had interactions with him on Blackwelder Road for over 2 years. Every time he's come out over this irresponsible dog owner, he's been incredibly professional, he's been compassionate, he's been kind, and he's followed state law. And that's a difficult thing to do. Recently, my husband was out on Blackwelder Road on a Sunday, minding his own business, riding a bike, and one of those vicious dogs came out and attached themselves to his leg and tore his leg open. He was screaming and kicking as hard as he could. The dog let go and then latched onto his foot and tore into his foot. My husband finally got away, thank God. He biked a mile home by himself, bleeding profusely, drove himself to the emergency room, had to get tetanus shot, rabies shot, stitches, and he walked out of there with several $1,000s in medical bills. The owner of that dog had to put the dog in his room for 10 days, and he gets a $150 fine. And that dog gets to go back out again and attack somebody again. I'm getting upset because this is very personal. And you can see what Officer Riggins had to deal with, our attitude, our anger, our frustration. And he dealt with us with respect, with kindness, with empathy, and he followed state law. He did everything right. And on the far side of that was an irresponsible owner who thinks his dog is a sweetie and his dog shouldn't have to pay anything. And he's upset that he has to pay a $150 fine. So Officer Riggins dealt with us on that side, enraged. And those people on that side were not guilty and treated all of us with respect and all of us with courtesy, calmed the whole thing down. This could have easily become a gun battle. Somebody could have gotten killed over this because so many people were so upset. These dogs have done this in the past. They've attacked another neighbor's dog and torn it to shreds. And this could have really gone south quickly. And instead, Officer Riggins brought the whole thing back down, handled it totally professionally. I just want to call him out, and also his director, because everything is a top-down thing. You've got her, who does a fantastic job. She trains all of her people well, and that entire division deserves much more than a week of praise. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman David Santiago, did you want to respond to that and then also speak on item P?
Yes, I can go from one to the other. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the dog scenario that the lady presented to us, I'd like for staff, not now, unless you guys have it, but a synopsis, because, we have a dangerous dog classification process, which we've done several changes to recently. But if you don't have it now, I don't expect you to, but
just so you
respond to that
know,
scenario.
when I heard Ms. Manuzzi's comment, I've asked somebody to get with animal control to get with her to discuss that very thing, because I don't know the story.
Okay, yep, that's fine. I don't expect you to. I know it's last minute. And then, Valuchia now has probably one of the toughest standards when it comes to dangerous dogs, because we took that position almost a year ago now. So, $1 million. With insurance. So it makes it very difficult to have a dangerous dog classified in Valuchia. So I look forward to an update from staff. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then on P, if we can get staff, is it P? Staff can come down? All right, this sparked my interest, so tell me about it. I want people from Valuchia to hear what you're doing here with this.
Sure, yeah. Randa Matusiak, Director of Public Protection. And if you don't mind, I'd just like to thank you for the comments about animal services. That's also one of my divisions, and so proud of the work that they do, and we will be looking into that. But as for the item here with beach safety, this is actually, we're really excited about it. It's an innovative kind of way that one of our deputy chiefs, AJ Miller, actually found to use this device called a slipstream. And what it is intended to do, this piece of equipment, actually, you put it in a pool, and it's basically a treadmill in a pool. And so you can have a small pool and you can swim against it and get a good workout in and all of that kind of stuff. And Deputy Chief Miller actually noticed, like, one of the major issues that we have, of course, at our beach is dealing with rip currents. And so how do you train people to get out of and to feel what a rip current feels like in a safe, controlled environment? And so what he kind of started to play around with is the idea of using this slipstream to train what it feels like to get into a rip current, get swept out, swim parallel, and get out of that rip current. And so that's the intention here. And he's actually worked with the state now to get these slipstream devices out to all kind of coastal communities. And so they developed this grant, which is what this item is here, is to reimburse for the cost. But we've kind of been playing around with it. The company let us kind of use this and test the theory for a little bit. And so this is really just to purchase and reimburse then the slipstream equipment. But what our intention is to put it into community pools. We've worked with the Hotel Association to get it into, if they want to do some training sessions in hotels, for people to really be able to feel what it is to get into a rip current and get out of a rip current, like I said, in a controlled environment. I was actually just out with them yesterday, jumping off the pier because Chairman Brower asked me about it. And so I tell them all the time, I'm like, I know what the diagram is to look at what a rip current is supposed to look like. And they were pointing it out to me all day yesterday, going like, yeah, this is a rip current. And I was like, I don't see it, man. I am not seeing it. But when I was in it, and because I had tested out the slipstream too, and I said, this is what it is. This is what a rip current feels like. And I thought, what? Turn parallel and swim out. And you could feel then what it is to get out of that rip current. So that's what it is.
How are we going to market this, and how can people utilize it?
So one of the things, so we can take it over. It's the equipment is very small. I mean, it's just like, it's like a little vent thing that you put into on the side of a pool.
Sorry to cut you off. You could go to a Y, I'm guessing, because they have pools, and say, we're going to do this here on X and date and time.
Yep, so
and
we'll
people
hold
can
some
sign up
sessions.
or just show up. Is that the plan?
That's the plan, yeah. So the plan is to hold some training sessions, either at the Y, at Daytona State, any kind of community pool. It will work in any kind of pool. And even in a hotel pool, like we said, we've reached out to see if there's any interest in that as well. But yeah, we'll hold some training sessions, or not training sessions, but really educational sessions for people to get in the water and to feel what that feels like. And it's really an educational tool then beyond just that diagram that we have of what it looks like. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. And I encourage you to make sure that I request that as we deploy this, that we do not just deploy it on the east side. We have pools on the west side, and our people on the west side go to the beach too.
For sure.
So please do that. Thank you for it. And sad, I woke up this morning, watched the news, and there was a father that his kids got caught in a riptide in Florida, and he went out to save them. He saved the two, and the father died. So very sad. That happened this week. I've been caught in a riptide too. It's scary, and I didn't know what I was doing, so I could use that training.
Right.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you, George, for bringing that forward.
Okay, thank you everybody for your comment. We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the consent agenda is passed unanimously, 7-0. That brings us to item 3, proclamation for presentation. Is that hot?
Hot mic.
Council, thank you for your support and your sponsorship with a much worthy proclamation. The reason we're here today, Council public, is to recognize and honor the dedication and bravery of Volusia Sheriff's Office as an organization, but today specifically Deputies Austin Graham and Nathan Vargas. Excuse me. In short, on February 15th, Deputies Graham and Vargas responded to a house fire in DeLand. Now, as we all know, that's a little bit outside their scope, but they responded anyway. Deputies were able to rescue an elderly resident from the home, which was fully engulfed, and their actions gave this resident a few more days here on Mother Earth with their friends and their family. So, you know, today we're going to honor you guys. You know, as I read this and reflect back on it, I couldn't help but see you guys sitting in the back, you know, with your wives, your loved ones, your young families. And as a parent, it's scary. We're all parents here, you know, and it hits home because a lot of us were in those sort of situations, but just enjoy and cherish every moment with them and here. You know, it's the parent speaking, but as the citizen and as the council member, I am absolutely honored, and this council is honored to have you guys represent us and give us that level of service. So before I read that proclamation, if we could just give these young guys a round of applause. Thank you. So without further ado, whereas thanks to their heroic and selfless efforts of two Volusia Sheriff's Office deputies, a DeLand woman was rescued from a serious house fire, and whereas on February 15th, 2026, Deputy Austin Graham was the first to arrive on scene of the blaze and without hesitation forced his way inside the burning structure to search for the occupants. And whereas upon entering the home, Deputy Graham discovered the woman unresponsive on a hallway floor, flames and smoke rapidly filling the residence, and whereas Deputy Nathan Vargas, who arrived to assist, helped Deputy Graham pull the woman from the home and immediately began performing rescue breathing to sustain her until emergency medical personnel could take over. And whereas the woman was transported to local hospital in serious condition, and Deputy Graham, who had inhaled smoke during the rescue, was evaluated at the scene for smoke inhalation. And whereas the courage, quick thinking, and unwavering commitment demonstrated by the deputies exemplify the highest ideals of law enforcement service and reflect the great honor upon the Volusia Sheriff's Office. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim April 7th, 2026, Deputies Austin Graham and Nathan Vargas Day. Congratulations. Sheriff, do you have any?
Council, thank you so much for taking the time to recognize them. And Chief, they're not, you cannot recruit them. And Deputy Vargas, have you turned 21 yet? 26, okay, gotcha. Thank you, Council, very much.
I thought you were here to serve a warrant, Sheriff, when I seen you walk in.
We can pose for the picture now. Yeah. Okay, this is good. No, everybody down here take a giant step that way. County Council take a little step that way. Okay, now you're lined up. Ready. We got you.
Hey, BH, one more. Hey, BH. One more here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Go. Thanks. Thank you. Hey, good stuff. 26. Enjoy the heck out of it. 26 is awesome year.
Good job. Congratulations. Congratulations. Way to go.
Sheriff, how you
Before we move on, can I get a motion to approve the proclamation?
Second, Johansson.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Reinhardt, second by Councilman Johansson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Item 4. Wait just a few seconds for. I think we're good. Item 4 is resolution rezoning of 1.02 acres from transitional agriculture to neighborhood commercial B2. Ray
Good morning,
Tynes.
council members. Ray Tyner, Growth Resource Management Director. This is a rezoning of 1.02 acres from traditional agriculture, A3, to neighborhood commercial, B2. It's located at 2455 Indiana Avenue, Orange City. Applicant is Mark Lowe. The applicant is here and also would like to speak on this item as well. You can see on the aerial where the location is. This has some interesting history. As you can see, the existing zoning on the left-hand side of the screen, the B2 is commercial, and it is about a half acre, and it was zoned many, many years ago, probably about 20 years ago, and in today's standards of our code, it is non-conforming. B2 commercial needs to be a minimum of 1 acre. So the applicant who owns the property, they also own the A3 portion to the south, and they have a single-family residential unit on that property. They put in a petition to rezone to make the zoning in conformity up to 1.52 acres. Again, it's the area is 1 acre. The Planning and Land Development Regulations Commission voted to deny by a 3-4 vote. The concern cited was the road network impacts. They thought that the commercial should be closer to go back and show you the State Road 472. There was one speaker who opposed, citing concerns with future driveway access and handling the additional traffic and transportation in the future. So we're here for any questions. Again, I believe the applicant representative also wanted to speak.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Councilman Robbins, second by Councilman Johansson. Before we go any further, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does any council member have any ex parte that they need to declare? There being none. Okay. And you said the applicant is here? Would you care to?
It's my understanding that the applicant representative wanted to speak.
Okay. If you want to come forward.
Mark Lau, Volusia County resident for 42 years. This property, he went over most of it with you. The property is a 3-acre parcel, and 2.5 acres is A3, and the half acre is B2. When it's split in half, 1.5 acres is all wooded, and the other half is basically a residential unit. It's approximately 200 yards off of 472. With the future growth of 472, I believe there's going to be some additional things needed, possibly some office space, things like that. That's what I'm looking to look at, and looking for your approval. And thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions for staff first?
Chairman.
Councilman Robbins.
Ray, thank you. Just a quick couple questions. Do we have any public opposition?
Yes, there was one speaker who spoke was concerned about maybe a future driveway and impacting the neighborhood, but most likely the driveway would be on the, let me go to an aerial for you. Most likely, if a commercial development come in, the driveway would be off of Minnesota.
And that's something we can
That's
obviously.
not on the dirt road. Yeah.
That's obviously something we can take care of during the permit process to make sure that there's no burdens like that or problems like that created. Okay.
That's right.
Also, to A3 zoning, commercial agriculture, right?
Ag, yes.
Ag. So with that, council, too, anything that pertains to agriculture can go on there. Machinery, tractors, traffic in and out, noise, a lot of that stuff. I see it's by a major roadway, but I'll save my my comments for afterwards.
Councilman Johansson.
I think Danny took care of them all. I guess, Ray, my question would be, was the land, as far as we can tell, always split that way, or was there more B2 at some point? It became
Yeah, some of the
A3?
research of asking staff that, for about 20 years, it was always zoned that way. And then even before that, I think there was more commercial within that area. And
Got
then
it.
became agriculture.
All right, and right now, B2 half acre non-conforming, we really can't put anything there other than he could use it for ag, right? Like Danny said.
Yeah, right now, the half acre is commercial and it would be non-conforming. So if an application would come in for some sort of commercial, it would be that because it's conforming, you would need a half acre. So in the future, then it would have to come to council again to try to get that.
Either way, right. All right, that's all I have for now, Chairman.
Okay, Ray, the PLDRC voted to deny?
Yes, they did. And again, some other concerns, the PLDRC was they prefer that the commercial would be located closer to the state road.
To 472.
Yeah, 472, and then also the road network impacts as well, potential impacts in the future.
And this says recommended motion denial. Who did that come from?
That was Shelley, Sixma, Craig, and Bush.
Okay, so it didn't come from staff?
No.
From our staff?
No.
Okay. Okay. Any other council members? Councilman Robbins.
Mr. Ken, I don't want to step on you. Did you have a question, or is that a discussion?
I just wanted to let the chairman know I was in the back for a moment. I had no ex parte communication with this. I just put that on the record.
Thank you. Yeah, council, this is one of these, I think, rare occasions. Can we get the map back up, Carissa, if you don't mind? I look at this and, I see B2. We hear testimony that prior there was more B2 on it. I combine that with the agricultural activities that could take place, just like certain commercial activities that could take place on B2. But right now, the way it was kind of chopped up and whatnot in the past, he's got kind of like an unusable piece. And what I want to do is try to make this whole. I see it's by several major thoroughfares, which is good. It's not deep inside any neighborhoods from what it looks like. There's high density. It looks like across the street. And anything, in my opinion, looking at this that you put there, it's going to service possibly the immediate needs. And there's only so much that can go on. Ray, how big is that sliver of property in totality?
The whole property is 3 acres.
So, council, at the end of this, by the time there's setbacks, buffers, mandatory tree preservation, which is how many percent? 15% or so, Ray? 20%, something like that. By the time you get down with this, so there's only really specific things that he can do there. So, you know, I'm not opposed to granting that, although I respect the input of the council. But this is rare. I don't think we've ever had really one of these, but I'm going to support in favor of the landowner. Thank you.
Okay. Any other council member? As I'm reading this here on the item, where the request is to move from A3, which is the majority of the property right now, to B2. And Danny, I understand what you're saying, but I may be the only one, but I'm going to oppose this. I think the one thing that we could do on this council to preserve ag land and other undeveloped land is to just stop rezoning. It's zoned this way for a reason. So I would like to see it remain in agriculture. So I'm opposed to this. Councilman Robbins, is this?
And just Chairman, just to respond, I agree with you, and I think we've done a great job doing that. I think we've conserved over 7,000 acres. We also unanimously, I believe, talked about supporting small business and startups and diversifying our tax base when it comes to that. So, and I ask this is 1 acre. This is not 1,000 acres, 10 acres, 100 acres. I agree with you on the ag land, but we're talking about one acre here. Is there a middle ground, Chairman, to earn your support? They may put an agricultural business there. I don't know, but there's not a whole lot that they can do. They can do nothing with it now, but there's not a whole lot that they can do on 1 acre. They'll probably lose 40% of their property of that 1 acre. Just with setbacks and all that. So the impact, I don't see a whole lot of impact here, but that's just my opinion. If there's a middle ground, Chair, I'd like to hear it.
Okay. Councilman Santiago?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to stay silent on this one, but the overall premise requires me to vote because I can't stay quiet when it comes to rights for people. And, this is a minimal thing, but we can't make comments like overall arching statements that we can't rezone people's properties because you have a right to petition your government, right? The moment we do that, if we all said that up here, guess what? Your millage rate would quadruple because we'd be sued the hell out of this world because people have rights, right? What we need to do is weigh that with the actual request to see if it's a fair and balanced one, doesn't have too overarching impacts to environmental and things like that, and make a balanced decision. So broad statements like that are bad for you because one day it could be against you. Right now it's not. And, I'll call you, can I call you all the blue shirts folks? And I seen the blue shirts folks, some of you nodding your head, and I get it. And I think today I learned the community that you live in based on some of the things that you opposed. It's a fairly new community. I want you to know, when that community came up, there were people there that didn't want you to live there. Yeah. So, and I'm not trying to disparage anybody. I want you to know that our job is to take all of that information and find a balance. And every decision we make up here, there's going to be someone, more majority or non-majority, they're going to hate it or not like it. But I think because we're in these tough seats, and I really think it's a tough seat, we have to balance that. It's easy to take the populist route on every topic because then you just make friends, right?
Very true.
But we have to be arbitrators of the law at the same time and apply it fairly to everyone. And sometimes it's going to put people on the opposite side. And I've always been an advocate that if we don't like the law, let's work on changing it and apply that law as it's changed fairly to everyone moving forward. But as the laws are written today, we should apply those fairly to everyone because it protects everybody's rights. I don't like everything that we have to vote for often. Not often, sometimes. But I also swore an oath to apply the Constitution and the laws of the state of Florida equitably to everyone. This is a minor one, right? And so we're going to have some tough ones. Some of you talked about some of the things. I didn't even know about this parking thing, the truck route. So some things we have to consider there. But understand this, that I speak for myself and maybe some of my colleagues, that we have to treat everyone equally and weigh every single one. I'll never make the broad statement that I think could take people's rights away. Because though it's popular to one or two today, tomorrow it could be against something you want to do. And that's what our founding fathers warned us against. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dick Johansson.
Thank you, sir. A quick question for Ray. I took a look at the satellite. If we grant this, is this going to be a challenge for him due to the land and trees and all that stuff in the front half of that property?
Well, they'll come through a technical review, and I think, like was mentioned before, challenge meaning they're going to have to comply with the setbacks of the zoning. They're going to have to, that's when all the details come in, when they have a site plan to look at the tree preservation and this and that. So we kind of guesstimated, kind of looking at the size, if this is rezoned to an acre and a half, you could probably get a 5,000 square foot building, maybe nothing really large. You got a parking field, you're going to have stormwater and all those.
I know the applicant said something like a small business building. So, back to Danny's comment, as an ag property, it probably could have more traffic, more action, a lot, including what he wants to do on that front half if we turn it into all ag. So this might be the best use of the acre and a half.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay. I'll just wrap it up with this. I'm not taking a populist route. I'm not breaking the laws of the state of Florida, and I'm not taking anybody's rights away, David. The owner of the property has a right to do on the property what it's zoned for. And yes, he also has a right to appeal to change that. We are not required to approve that appeal. My opposition to it is for the rights of everyone else that lives in that area that wanted to live in a quiet residential area with agricultural pursuits. It's not close to the it's not on the highway where there would be a business. And so I'm protecting the rights of all the people that live around. You pointed out the people in the blue shirts that are opposed to a different use in a property near them that will require changes. I think sometimes we need to protect the people that move into an area that moved into it for a purpose because of the current zoning and the current land use. And so I'm seeking to protect them. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think I called you out, Mr. Chairman, on my statement. I think my words were more that what I wouldn't do. Okay. I was referencing myself, that things that I wouldn't do while I'm up here. So I don't think I.
But that implied breaking the law. Apply the laws of the state of Florida and taking people's rights away.
I don't know. Well, if you feel that way. I think I understand your assessment, but since you brought yourself out, you made the statement saying that we won't change zoning. You basically said that. You said that you will not support changing any zonings if we want things to stay the same. I don't want to back and forth.
No, that's incorrect.
Okay,
I
but
did not say that. I said one of the best things that we could do for the
Get worked
residents of
up. I'm
Volusia
having a
County
calm
is not
conversation.
change every zoning that comes before us, every land use, and that's why we're suffering from flooding around the county, because we're changing zoning and allowing things that were never approved in an area.
Okay.
And so I look at each one of them very closely.
That's a good one. Thank you.
Call the question.
Okay, Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
Yes.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Kent,
No.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No, and the change passes 5-2. And we will move to item 5, which is also a quasi-judicial hearing, a rezoning of 67.9 acres from resource corridor to a planned unit development. Does any council member have any ex parte they need to declare on this item?
I do. But Chair, from just the attorneys.
Same here,
Okay.
just the attorneys.
Okay.
Same.
I think we all did.
Johansson.
None from Kent.
Okay.
This is a rezoning for 67.9 acres of RC to plan unit development. It's located at 1620 Lake Harney Road, Osteen. The applicant is Mark Watts, and they have a representation here today and would like to speak on behalf of this item as well. You can see the aerial. This is a little bit different of a rezoning. It stemmed from a code compliance case. If you look at the aerial on the right-hand side, you can see something that looks like a landing strip for an airport. Okay, the original owner of the property had built that landing strip. It's asphalt. They used it for, I forget what they call these large planes, not that people fly in them, but they had it, and they used it for that hobby. Another owner purchased a property I don't know recently, but they had a code compliance case that weren't allowed to have that airstrip, so they initiated a petition for rezoning from RC to planned unit development. Part of the development agreement is that the existing landing strip asphalt would be removed, and also on the if you look at the screen on the right hand side, it's not on their property, so they are removing that off somebody else's property, and they're going to replace it with grass. My understanding is that the airstrip will be used for the single family residents as a airplane, small aircraft. Also, part of this, there's a single family home. The development agreement limits it to one home, residential, so no increase in densities. The PLDRC held their public hearing on February 19th, 2026. There was no public participation. The PLDRC voted 4-3 for this item to council with a recommendation of approval. I'm here if you have any questions. And again, the applicant rep would like to say some words as well.
Okay, questions for staff? Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Ray, great presentation here. I just want to stress that the purpose of this PUD is to bring the existing site conditions into compliance. Application does not propose any expansion of new structures. Does it give them any future rights to new structures? Because when people see or hear PUD, we're the big bad boogeyman, and we just approved a rezoning. Can you just emphasize this for us on record?
Right. So, no additional units.
Okay.
Okay. So, but if accessory structures for a single family house, let's say they wanted a pool, of course they can
Sure.
get applicable for that.
That's not a big deal. And then reduces existing impacts by required removal of 59,000 square foot asphalt airstrip. One question. Why do these folks have to go through a PUD process that probably costs a lot of money when they could, I don't know, take a skid steer and start pulling up some asphalt and haul it off?
Yeah, it's the use itself for the use for the single family area that does not permit for an airstrip.
Okay.
So that's basically why the PUD is in place.
And I think this has been there for a long time. Okay, so this is nothing new. I understand. Thank you, Ray. Good job.
He just asked all my questions, so I just want to point out, are you here to speak and Mark's not here? Okay, I'll call on you next. There is no development here. There's a house. They're not planning on building a neighborhood. This is why I just said on the previous item that you have to look at each one separately. I'm all in favor of this. What it's going to do is remove an asphalt airstrip and replace it with grass and allow the owner of the property to use it as intended, as currently. And it is a shame, Danny, that he has to go through this to do that. But so I'm looking at each one separately, and I don't have any issues with this. Would you care to speak to? Thank you, Ray.
You're welcome. Good. It's still morning. Good morning. Jessica Gallo, Cobb Coal Law Firm, 1 Daytona Boulevard, Daytona Beach, Florida. Good lawyer knows when not to talk. So I will just clarify that it was an RC aircraft landing strip, which is very interesting. They were large. And our client brought it in 2021. So it's been there for over a decade. We came in recently to clean it up.
All right. Smart. Thank you. Councilman Johansson.
Ray, you're familiar with the ongoing issue with a helicopter pilot using his private residence out in DeLeon Springs? You familiar enough with that? So, other than the FDOT and the FAA approvals that this gentleman might get, what's going to stop him if he could land his aircraft currently, or if he does, I guess he already does, what's going to prevent us from having that problem here?
Well, I think the other issue is a active code case that we have been investigating.
Yeah.
They have not gone through the permitting process. There's a process for special exception. For example, if you had a helicopter or helipad and those type of things. So that's with that issue. This issue, they're going through the appropriate zoning.
Got it.
To set it up. As far as their FAA requirements and all that,
So that should
real
cover
familiar with
everything,
that. That's really-
and not that everybody's going to be happy, but he'll be a full up round and able to do it without.
Yes.
All right. Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay. No more questions for staff, for the attorney? Any comments before I call for the vote? No comments. We have a, Councilman Robbins, you made a motion to approve?
Yep.
Was there a second? Johansson made the second. Okay. All in favor of the rezoning, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes 7-0. Thank you. Item 6 is an easy one, a proposed vacation of a portion of a corrected plat.
Motion to approve.
Don't say a
Second,
word.
Johansson.
Motion to approve by David Santiago. The second was by Jake Johansson. Any questions for the staff?
No ex parte communication from me.
None.
No one? Okay. No questions? No comments? All in favor of the proposed vacation, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Fantastic presentation, Ted.
You're getting better all the time, Ted. Item 7 is a Growth and Resource Management Services mini budget workshop presentation by Ray Tyner. Is Ray still with us? Okay.
I am.
Motion to approve?
I thought our finance guy was going to give an intro, but that is absolutely okay. Welcome. Thank you. We're going to cover growth and resource management services, specifically for the general fund and the municipal service district funds. We're covering, we have three primary divisions. We've got the administrative, planning and development services, and environmental management. We'll cover the Leona Environmental Center as well. And since it's a really big department, we'll cover each area, and then I'll pause for questions or if y'all have any feedback. Okay. So the first one we're going to cover is the administration and technology. Our total expenses is about $1.25 million. The administration consists of about 5 employees, myself, operations manager, special projects coordinator, senior administrative assistant, assistant. We have a technology side of this, and we have 4 FTEs there. That's for our Amanda and our database system that I'll talk a little bit more about here in the future. So just a summary of the administration activity of the department is mainly we provide administration and technical support. We want all of our separate divisions, planning, code, building to be successful. We are there to support them to make sure that they are successful in their roles. We work to improve the operations, look at making things a little bit better efficiency. Again, we maintain the Amanda system to process applications. So if you don't know what Amanda is, our community, Amanda is a system that does our accounting. It does all of our inspections are online. It goes through that process. It's a technology process to process our applications. Not only does Growth Resource Management utilize it, we have accounting, fire rescue, public works, the health department. So many people are entwined with the Amanda system, and it's a very important tool for us. They maintain the Connective Live, our web portal. It's for 24/7, 24 hours a day. We maintain online permit guide to provide a one-step source. That's relatively new. We monitor, we have an individual that does monitor the 17 community redevelopment agencies. When council asks for information on the CRAs and other areas, we have a staff member that has ability to make sure that they're in compliance and they're doing what they're supposed to be doing with the CRAs. We also have a few staff that, a couple staff that digitize and archive historical growth resource management. You can imagine the paper that we have at the county and the old microfilm. So we're actually taking that, digitizing that so to make it accessible not only to staff but also to the community if they need it. Our operating expenses, our contract services, about $180,000. Our software licensing, that's for Amanda, our ArcGIS, Bluebeam, all those tools that help our division at $112,000. Our temporary personnel, I mentioned the archive and taking that paper into digital. We do have a couple temporary staff that do that full time because we have so much paperwork. Our indirect cost and our administration fees. So some of our accomplishments, again, about Amanda. It's pretty amazing. We completed about 160 requests for updates, training, and 18 efficiency-related items. So if a division like building wants to improve their process or planning, You're going to go from step A to step B, step B. If you change your processes to become more efficient, well, you have to change the Amanda system. Amanda doesn't make the processes efficient. Our departments make the process efficient, and then Amanda has to set the program to make sure that that workflow is to what we desire. The Connect Live, we've had 16,250 applications submitted online this past year. 99% of all of our building permit applications are online. 98% of the building inspections are scheduled online. So, and we also collect the payments as part of that Amanda system. It's done automatically, and it's done via, not paper, but you can do that via the system. The two individuals that we have are, with our records, have digitized and archived more than 40,000 historical files this past year. Another big help that we have as far as administration is we address growth resource management public records requests. So other staff members can do their job. We process those. Those are 959 that we have done this past year. So some of our efficiencies, we implemented the new permit guide that was just released to provide customers and submittals online and information of what it would take to permit a project. We put links to customer service tools and made our GRM website more efficient. Y'all would remember this. We adjusted the 10 permit types. This is a good example of Amanda when council, when we did an ordinance to look at like our fence permitting, where we didn't require fences, or if we changed the special exception process, that special exceptions didn't go to council but planning board. Well, the Amanda system has to take that and develop a system and a process to make sure that that process flows according to with new regulations and new code. So future challenges, or opportunities, I guess we would call them. I think keeping up with changing technology, state statute, every time a state statute changes or a process change, our technology needs to change as well. And then making efficiency improvements. I could tell you planning, building, we're all looking at this year of making significant improvements to our development review processes, making it more efficient. That's going to take a lot of work on Amanda. Creating performance measures for development review that we don't have now. But that's something that we're looking into, and that's something that Amanda is going to be a big help on, and making sure that happens, making sure we're tracking development reviews on time and those type of things. So that's going to be a great opportunity for us this year. And again, our contract, another opportunity is that the Amanda contract that we have expires in 2028. So now we need to really start evaluating options. Is there another program that's better, more efficient, can do the job a little bit better, or do we need to stick with Amanda and maybe make some improvements to Amanda? So that's all going to be coming in the future, that we're going to have to be looking at that system. Okay, what happened here? Do we have, questions, any feedback on the administration portion of GRM?
I have one quick question just on what you just said, that you're going to have to look at an Amanda in the future. Any idea how long are you looking now at?
Yeah.
And you're talking about upgrading, not replacing?
Both. Our contract runs out for Amanda. So we have been researching, looking at other other key development review modules, and that's something that we will continue to do. But that is coming up. We're going to need to make a decision, and what is the best for the community, what's the best for us.
After the special session in Tallahassee?
Yeah, maybe. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions so far? Okay, doesn't look like it.
Okay. We'll go on to planning. In planning, we have several activities. We have operations, we have a customer service group, a planning activity, and mapping and address, and real estate. So our total expenses for this group is 3.8 million a year. We do receive some revenues, about 425,000, and those are primarily dealing with our application fees, our site plans, our zoning fees, planning fees, and those type of things. It's a little view of our organization chart. We have our division director. We have the customer service group, planning, and again, mapping and addressing. So some of our summary of our operations is we have a customer service, lobby, and zoning call center. And it is amazing how many inquiries we get and the work that they do in phone calls. We have our planning and development review team. And basically their job partly is to make sure that all applications that are coming in and all permits that we comply with the comprehensive plan, the land development code, the area local plans, and all the requirements that we have. And they also conduct, the public hearings with PLDRC, and of course with City Council. And then we have a development review. They're part of the development review committee team. It's a team of technical folks, as you all know, are professional engineers, transportation, and they meet on a regular basis to problem solve and to go through all the application petitions that are coming in-house. One of the things that we also do that's under planning and land development is our mapping and addressing. We have our GIS team, and they do the countywide E911 addressing for streets and planning, disaster assessment. So that's a really big tool for us and growth management resources. When applications come in, new applications come in, you need to do an address. This is life safety. We work really close with our fire and our emergency services to make sure that, we have the appropriate addresses on there. Another thing is our community rating system that you know about, our national flood insurance program that we manage. We have saved our taxpayers close to $2 million just on our premiums savings for flood insurance, and we continue that program as well. Some of our operating expenses, your indirect and costs is about $500,000. Contracted services, this is consulting services. We don't really use this. We haven't really used this that much. We do have some money for a fee study that's in the budget, but other than that, we would use this for, special, if council says, hey, I want a quick study on this, sometimes we use consultants, depending on our availability, to make sure that we provide that service. Our membership fees at $133,000, a little over. Most of that membership fee is to the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council at $124,000, a little over that. The rest of those are memberships for staff, like Association of Professional Planning. We do have service charges that go to other departments. Legal ads, a lot of that is also a pass-through. We have to budget for it, but the applicants at the end of the day will pay for that fee. So just by the numbers quickly, our total customer service interactions this past year has been close to 70,000 people. That's amazing. Site plans reviewed, 220. Our standalone permits, 250. Our PLDRB-C cases at 110. We've done reviews, courtesy reviews. You know, when an applicant comes in, not even an applicant, a customer comes in, hey, you know, here I have this drawing of maybe what could I do here, you know, what's the zoning, those type of things. We do courtesy reviews all the time. Address request, part of the E911 system, did about over 6,000 of those. And then we get GIS requests as well. Accomplishments, I know Carol reorganized the division and really formed a customer service team within the last 5 months and brought these people together. The concept is this, you know, you have a zoning person that understands this and you have a planning person that understands this or building. Let's get them together. Let's train them. We don't want our customers going from one person to another person. Let's train them. Let's get them going. So we consolidated, made it more efficient. Also, the DRC schedule, we streamlined some of that. Some of the things that you may be looking, that I'll be bringing in the future, is really changing the process, making it more efficiency. When I was hired here and I spoke to you that first day, I heard efficiencies. Let's make it more efficient. So we're going to be coming to you in the future with some ideas on a process that we believe can be better efficient for not only our staff, but for our customers. We reduced the number of public hearings from that special exception action that you took, I think about 4 or 5 months ago. That really helped the process and streamlined the process. And of course, we have that new low impact development LID subdivision that our applicants are actually utilizing, which is great. Future challenges, our opportunities, maintaining a high level of customer service. Again, that's going to be with efficiency changes to get more customers. We want to modernize our development review process. I already talked about that with some ideas we'll be sharing for you in the future, you know, which streamlines the permitting to maintain our strong community. We have assumed the post-disaster damage assessments. We will be doing that. Hopefully we won't have to do that in a long time, knock on wood, but our team has been tasked of doing that. Another thing that we have looked at is, I know that our inspection fees or our permit fees or application fees do not cover our cost. That's something that I know staff and I think council had mentioned it before too, of looking at reevaluating some of those application fees. There may be some application fees that are way off, meaning way off too high for the customer. It could be the other way around, so maybe taking a look at that in the future. So I have any questions or any direction on the planning side?
Yes, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, and just kind of refocus from the perspective of that the intent of these little workshops are for us to not only get an understanding of the operation, but also opportunities to see if there's savings or things that we can no longer expend, given the uncertainty of what's happening with the taxes in the state of Florida. That being said, there was a slide there. I'm trying to remember it was titled memberships. The East Central Florida something. Tell me, what does it do and how does it benefit Valuchia?
So it was the East Florida East Coast Planning Council that we did some research. It's actually a requirement that we become a member. They're a clearinghouse for a region of several counties. I think we probably have members here that have sat on the board. They have a board. They review comprehensive plans, large scales, not so much anymore, but they do special studies. They do a lot of work for our emergency services. They a lot of times are tasked with updating the emergency management plan, the evacuation studies, and those type of services.
Is it a quasi-government agency?
It is.
Okay.
Yes, it is. And it's via state statute too. It's in the state statute.
So we got no choice.
We have
Sounds
no
like it.
choice. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add to Ray's answer, because we did look into.
You may, and I was going to give Jake an opportunity because he's our appointee there too.
We
Go ahead.
did explore whether we could opt out. We also looked very closely at the direct services we receive from that agency, and their role has changed significantly in the last decade by the state statute. Direct benefits we get from them do not come close to equaling our memberships, just to be candid. They do some regional work, but for most of the product we get from them, they charge us an additional fee beyond what our membership is. That's just a fact. I know they've increased their budget over the years. I think the best we could do is urge them to keep their budgets low and to go more for fee-for-service for those who use them. We'll probably use them less moving forward than we have in the past.
Can someone give me an example of a most recent utilization that we've utilized as specific to Volusia?
I think the vulnerability assessment study that was done about a year ago, it was finalized. That is a requirement mandated by the state to be eligible for certain grant opportunities for resiliency and flood protection, et cetera. But I believe that was our last contract for service.
So if we didn't do that through them, we would have had to hire another private agency to do it. Is that what kind of sort of would have been happening?
Correct, or
Okay.
have done it in-house, which may be a strategy better suited in the future.
Thank you. You've answered my questions.
George, what a great right hand you have. Suzanne is ready with those answers, man. I mean, she's got it on the tip of her tongue.
Jake, while we're on the subject, would you like to add anything to?
Sure, sir. I currently sit as the vice chair because when you're there long enough, it's your turn. So I think East Central Florida Regional Planning Council does a great job at regionalizing issues, right? We have 5 counties in the region. And it's good to collaborate with all those counties to find out what they're doing, what we're not doing. If you look at the flavor of some of our visiting, or our neighboring counties are a little bit different than this flavor. So it's interesting to hear the diverse opinions of the rest of the crew. Boy, Danny, what are you saying? The council is about 25 people sitting around that table, so it gets pretty diverse. But for me, it's great to hear from the different water management districts and things like that. Having said that, I'm with Suzanne right now. Our county does not choose to use them at the same capacity that some of the other counties use them for. There was a big net zero push, which back to flavor of councils. Sometimes you're for that, sometimes you're against that. I think our advantage of being there at that point was I was on that subcommittee and I was able to kind of temper what the council wanted to do, and they welcome that diversity of opinion, and we can kind of mold what the region's doing. But
Can I ask you a
David,
follow-up to that?
Either way, yeah.
Just that portion, Mr. Chair, can I ask him a follow-up to that portion? When you said the flavor of the councils, and I think you gave a description of something that was a policy or something that they were looking to do, can do you know of any instances in the past, and I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot, that they adopted some type of position as a council that you think would have been contrary to this body here in Volusia?
No, I think they work as dynamically as possible to meet the needs of the region via the state and the Fed via grants, right? If there's a grant for something that's in their wheelhouse, they will apply for that grant, get that grant, and work with the region to execute whatever that grant was for. If it's diversity of energy, to include nuclear and things of that I appreciate, I want to be part of that conversation. And my conversation with the executive director all the time is, if we don't participate, don't we still gain favor, and we're part of we're part of the result whether we participate or not. And her comment back was a good comment, is yes, but I want you to be part of the solution. I want you to be a player at the table. I think, Ray, we're at 133 and change for our yearly
124.
124. I agree with Suzanne. We don't use them for 124,000. But some of our cities do. Now, having said that, they pay a little bit into it too. But if you think about some of the cities that are less fortunate and the services they get from East Central Florida, that helps out a lot as well. Not to say that that's why we pay, but they do benefit.
Was there an attempt last legislative season to cut this from the budget?
There was an attempt to change the way they are guided by the state, and with that may have come some funding. I forget.
Was that last year?
2 years ago.
Because I don't think there was anything this year. Okay, thank you. Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Ray, thank you for the information this afternoon. The only piece that gave me a little heartburn was the permit and inspection fees do not cover costs. I've said it before up here. I'm not one for doing no increases and then all of a sudden, we do a 30, 40, 50% increase on our customers. I like small incremental increases to keep up with what we should be doing. And I'm not crazy about the taxpayers footing the bill for others that are getting permits and inspections done. I feel like they should be able to, that should be paid for by the applicants. So George, that's where I am with that. Thank you.
No, if I may, I mean, if you look at planning and development, I tend to look at it as an investment for the community as well. And most of your municipalities and counties that these permit fees don't quite pay, you're going to get the tax revenues back in the future. And exactly, if you are going to raise them, you most likely, depending on council, but incrementally is pretty typical. Any other questions on planning?
Yeah, generally I agree with what Mr. Kent just said. But I have a question. You said you've done, I guess last year, 276 courtesy reviews. And I was really glad to hear that. That's important to our citizens. Is there a charge for that?
No.
Good. That's where I don't really want there to be, but Councilman Kent's right. We need to pay, have revenue for our services, but I'm really kind of glad that you're providing that service. Because they're going to pay down the road anyway if they move forward. Which brings me to my last question: Who are your customers?
Our customers are our citizens. Our customer are our developers. Our customers are our applicants. Our customers are the whole community.
Right. Some of them are homeowners. that need permits, whatever environmental questions. Some of them are home builders. It's a wide, I don't know if you're the biggest division in the county, but that crew sitting behind you touches everybody in the community at some time. It's a really important division. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. Ray, I appreciate all the information that you were able to put together. I do know we do a lot that's above and beyond. I'm just looking at further efficiencies that we can look at in the future. I know we do a lot above and beyond state and federal law in multiple areas. We talked about it this council, last council, and the council before that. At some point, doesn't have to be anytime soon, but maybe in the fall or during the budget, if we can somehow get a number to see what that total cost that's above and beyond state and federal laws at a local level, that would be an interesting number to look at to see where we can save in departments, positions, bureaucracy, all the above. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm going to move on to, if it's okay, we're going to talk about the environmental management division. Different activities. We have operations, water quality, protected species, pollution control. Total expenses is about $2 billion. We do have internal reimbursement from Public Works to help us about $100,000 for our water quality, where we take samples. It's kind of related to our MSDS countywide permit. So Ginger is our director. We have administration, again, water quality, protected species, and pollution control. Our summary of operations with water quality, we sample surface water, have 80 locations within the county. We also help the Florida Department of Environmental Protection with inspecting of hazardous and domestic solid waste, small quantity generators that we are required to do, I think, 15 or 20% of inspections a year for those. Our planning include our low impact development. We have a manatee protection program that is kind of based on state law, where all counties are required to have a manatee protection program. We help enforce that, make sure that everybody's in compliance with that program. We do the popular Regrow Valuchia program and educational outreach. And of course, we do the successful annual St. Johns River cleanup. So we do have temporary personnel. We have a full-time and a part-time employee at about 59,000. We do have memberships budgeted for 55,000. Remember, 50,000 of that though is for the Indian River Lagoon Council and part of our overlay district there. Of course, we got vehicle replacements and tools and such. So some of our accomplishments, obtained and managed a $2.57 million grant for septic upgrades in DeLeon Springs. That was excellent, and of course, so in council direction, we are continuing to try to get grants to help that community as well as our other communities. We inspected 819 businesses that generated hazardous waste, helping those businesses comply with the rules and regulations. We hosted the annual St. Johns River cleanup. We had 440 volunteers and collected over 4,300 pounds of garbage. And we responded to 76 stranded manatees, dolphins, and whales. Again, obtaining grants offset the costs. We also get a grant from FIND for the St. Johns River water management cleanup. We partner with St. John's for water sampling. We have a pretty decent relationship, a great relationship where we collect the samples, they pay for the analysis, so it works out. Future challenges, of course, the state mandated water quality improvements, rules and regulations, particularly for the springs, will require potential significant investment in the near and maybe long term. We've talked about those strategies, I know, here at council as well. And we will continue to pursue those grant fundings that we have been successful in getting in the past. So here for any questions on that portion of environmental. We've got some more environmental that slides that we'll do. I'll do here
Okay.
a little bit. Before we take
Vice
a
Chair
break here.
Reinhardt has a question for
Thank you, Chair. Just to stay along the same line, I saw the membership for the IRL council. That's a requirement as well, correct?
That is.
All right. I just want to. I thought it was, but just because we asked the question last time to kind of educate the public as well. All right. And one other question: we had attempted a NOAA grant before. It was a rather substantial NOAA grant, and I know I was so hopeful that we would have gotten that and Ginger knows why. Have we, is that something that's offered annually or just every so, I don't think it's annually, is it? No. I took a shot.
No, that particular grant isn't something that comes around that often. It was sort of like a moonshot type grant. We applied for $50 million.
Yep.
There was a lot of money in that pot. But we do continue to look and see what grants are
Bet it
out
would
there
have
that,
helped out so
that
many.
fit in with our mission and keeping in mind too that grants take a lot of management. And so you have
A lot
to make
of
sure you have
hours.
the staff that can,
Well, I
both-
appreciate your efforts.
and manage it once you get it. But we're still looking.
Okay, I appreciate your efforts. You know why? I mean, that particular grant would have actually helped out everything all the way down to Indian River County if we would have applied it. So thank you.
Okay. We'll go on to the Leanna Environmental Learning Center. We have a total expenses in our budget for $464,000. That is offset by fees and programs that we have at the area. We have 4.5 employees. One is temporary, mainly for the summer months and to help out. The summary of operation, it is heavily on the educational programs, focusing on the local systems and environmental stewardship. Lots of programs, school and homeschool groups utilize the facility. We have winter, spring, and summer breaks and camps, and scouts and other groups that routinely have activities there. So I mentioned temporary personnel. We have 2 part-time employees, and this is for the weekends and for camps specifically. Other costs are computer replacement, special program costs, supplies, and those type of things for events. Accomplishments is we hosted over 15,000 people in the exhibit in the gallery this past year there. And we provided 206 public programs with over 2,000 people participating. They attended 21 community outreach events and held special events reaching over 3,000 people. Hosted 37 school field trips with a total of over 1,800 students. And then we completed echo projects for new exhibits within the facility itself. So this is the key. I mean, to only have 4.5 employees is our volunteers again in this program. We have over 40 active volunteers who donate over nearly 5,000 hours, equivalent to 2.25 FTEs. We utilize that contractor staff to help with our workloads. I already mentioned that, but the volunteers is something special that they help help the program to continue to go. We'll be evaluating some of our challenges, be evaluating the camp and field trip fees to help maybe supplement an opportunity to offset some of those costs. So any questions on the...
Yes, you have one question from Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Ray, I've seen almost every single, and correct me if I'm wrong, but just for, again, educating the public, every single category, every single department, there's more in expense than there is revenue. Correct?
Yes.
So we're doing good. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to go into our environmental permitting. We have a total expenses of about $1.2 million a year. We do bring in some revenues with fees, and I'll break those down here. We do have, we bring revenues in for Gopher Tortoise review fees. Not every application has a Gopher Tortoise. Like if you have a site plan or we're doing a site visit for a tree, we'll be out there. We're not going to charge them for a Gopher Tortoise fee if we're already out there. Provide some revenues with tree permitting, wetland alteration permit, class 2 permits, and a little bit with farm pond. So we have 9 FTEs in this group. We have activity project managers, environmental specialists, and zoning technician. Summary of operations is, part of that, this team is to implement the comprehensive plan, our land development code, our minimum standards, our chapter 50 and chapter 72, which includes tree protection, wetland protection, our Indian River Lagoon overlay zone, and looking for protected species. So, we had a little discussion earlier, when a site plan comes in, this group looks at the wetlands, they look at all the environmental and natural resources and work with the developer to make sure that they are protected in a reasonable way. We provide courtesy inspections. We implement the regrow Valuchia tree planting program, and we also assist with post-disaster assessment. So some of the operating expenses here, we have 2 full-time employees of temporary personnel. They do not utilize the $92,000. I think last year they utilized a little over half of that amount. And what that is depending on workload and those type of things, you have those resources there to help and try to get things done. We also have, the county-wide indirect costs and administration fee. We have vehicle replacements and vehicle maintenance. All these are kind of our top operating expenses. Our accomplishments is processed over 13,000 reviews, permits for residential properties, conducted 482 reviews for non-residential projects, including site plans, subdivisions, and zoning cases. They also review that when these applications come in. Assisted nearly 30,000 customers in person, by phone, or by email. Someone calls and they want to have information on my tree, or what the plant, we're there for them. Efficiencies, they recently, replaced multiple pieces of field equipment with tablets to make the process a little bit more efficient. Again, using contracted staff, we want to make sure that our customers are taken care of, and depending on the workload, we may use this contracted staff to do such things. Identified and implemented process efficiencies. We have been talking about this. We will be looking at improving those efficiencies in this group, performance measures and those type of things in the future. And, one thing about this group too is it's not just growth resource management. They're a tool, they're professionals along with all of our growth resource management that help and aid other divisions, other departments. The fire, for example, they'll utilize us on population growth and those type of things and studies. Same thing with environmental. Public Works is doing something. They're doing it public. Our resources are there to help them out internally to make sure that they're complying with the codes. Our future challenges, Senate Bill 180, as you know, the tree protection regulation, I think you all directed NRAC to review that, is kind of on hold because of 180. So that kind of hampers code changes for us, or any other code changes we may want to do. I know our wetland code was done in 1988, but looking at that with 180 and making possible changes to any code, 180 will preempt us from doing that. They're also going to be part of our disaster management group of looking at, post-disaster, and then maintaining that customer service expectation, providing solutions for constrained sites. Sometimes, a lot of the good sites are gone. You got a lot of upland areas. You don't have 100% upland land anymore for development. It seems like there's going to be some sort of environmental challenge, or maybe some wetlands, could be isolated wetlands, but some of that big upland stuff is gone. Any questions or direction on this?
Just a curiosity question. You had a picture of a gopher hole. This came up, I think, recently with a possible development in Pearson. What is the fee for if somebody has to move a gopher somewhere else? What's the fee for that?
Do you know what the going rate is now? Keith, do you know the rate? Yeah.
Keith Abramson, County Forester. The fee is determined by the recipient sites. It's roughly anywhere from $5,500 to $6,000 to relocate a tortoise. You can relocate them on site, which is what everybody prefers, and you don't have to pay that recipient site to take in the tortoise. So we work with a lot of landowners to get them to relocate tortoises on site to save them money, and they're happier in the habitat that they grew up in.
So that's per tortoise, $5,500 to $6,000 each.
Yeah.
Do you find gophers that disappear before that happens?
Not often.
I'm surprised.
And
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, those are not fees to the county.
I know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Answer to your question about do we see them disappear, the beauty of the work that we do is that we go out on site as soon as someone applies for a permit and we locate those gopher tortoise burrows. If we're going to be out on the site for a tree permit, like Ray said, there's no cost to the owner for this, but we locate and GPS those gopher tortoise burrows. So they're less likely to disappear because we've marked them and we put a flag up and we notify the property owner. Where we do sometimes see people doing bad things is before they've applied for a permit, and then we, of course, have to take them through a code enforcement process, and they go through the state process for, disturbed site and including criminal charges in some cases.
How do you know something happened before we ever got out there?
Sometimes there's evidence. We have a site right now where it looks like a large number of burrows were dug into with equipment, and the evidence is still there that had happened. And so sometimes there's no evidence, right? I mean, you don't know what you don't know. Somebody buried something and you never knew it was there. We're never going to know that.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Johansson had a question.
And I may have missed this. I should probably know this, but the county doesn't have any gopher tortoise hotel areas right now?
Condominiums.
Our Resource Stewardship Department operates a gopher tortoise recipient site exclusively for the use of county projects. So if we have a project where we have to relocate gopher tortoises, they go to our site. It is not a for-profit, the developers can use it type situation.
I'm not considering for profit. I'm considering for the gophers that we'd be included in being part of that and saving them. Is there any areas we could?
Yes, Resource Stewardship has looked at the Valuchia Forever properties that we have to identify which ones are appropriate. You do have to manage specifically for gopher tortoises in those cases, and there's some strict rules from Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. But we certainly have properties where gopher tortoises live now. And I know that they've developed the one site, which is so far sufficient for our needs, but they're on the lookout.
Is it worth looking into?
I think we are. I mean, we're constantly looking, and that is something we'll expand. But right now, I mean, our number one priority was for our own projects, and there's even concern over with our projects, do we have enough land ready? So, but
And do we do,
Nick's charged with that, and he's working on it now.
do we do interfund administrative interfund charges when we do that?
Sure.
If the fire stage, yeah.
Right.
All right, go ahead, Nick.
Yes, Nick Dunham, Resource Stewardship Director. The county does have one recipient site on county-owned conservation lands on Long Lake Pine Preserve. It is an FWC permitted site. We do have a capacity that we have to abide by and annual monitoring. So the cost to the county is approximately $1,100 per tortoise for a county project. That reimburses the land management program for the cost to maintain that recipient site over time.
One more
We're
question.
trying to do a high rise.
I'm sorry, we're really
the
kind
density.
of getting off. You said you prefer to relocate them on the property. Do they not just go back, or do you have to put some kind of temporary fencing or something to discourage that?
Yes, so during construction, if there's room on the site to relocate the gopher tortoise on site, you do that, you fence off the construction area so he can't come back, right, and wants to go back to his old home. Yeah. So you prevent the tortoise from doing that, and then once the construction is complete, you remove those physical barriers, and then that gopher tortoise can build a burrow
Anywhere he wants.
on the property.
Or she wants. Okay. Thank you. All right, Ray, were you done, Jake? Yes, sir. Okay, go ahead, Ray.
Any other questions on this? Okay, we'll move on to building and code operations, code compliance. We have total expenses of about $1.25 million. Our revenues are about $160,000. They come in the form of sign permits, outdoor entertainment permits, code enforcement, lot maintenance fees, fines, and those type of things. As part of the code enforcement, it is under building and code administration. Some of the general fees are taken from our building folks, our director, and some of our assistants. We have a total of 9 FTEs for code compliance. What we try to have is a code compliance officer in every district as part of the service. As you know, we are complaint-driven enforcement for the county. Some of our top, I think, code cases are lot maintenance, working without a permit, unmaintained property, and junkyards. I mean, when I talked about planning, I talked about an investment. I think code enforcement is maintaining your investment in the community to keep that good quality of life. We really try hard to make sure it's not punitive. We want to work with folks, and we continue to do that. And we rather them take care of their code cases rather than going to code board, and we've been pretty successful about that. Our indirect costs, $115,000, administration fees, service charge, some of our expenses, maintenance of building and grounds, lot maintenance, $49,000, vehicle replacement, legal expenses. But remember, some of the maintaining some of the lots that we do show in our budget, a lot of that will come back, hopefully, and liens and those type of things. So some of these costs are kind of passed through. Our accomplishments and efficiencies, looking at every vehicle that we get. We don't need the large vehicles anymore. Nick has been doing great of trying to cut costs and downsizing our vehicles. We don't need large vehicles when we're doing code compliance. We upgraded with laptops, integrated cameras to eliminate the need for multiple devices where they can do their work out in the field. And again, I'm going to emphasize improving that voluntary compliance up front, getting folks and officers that are able to work with folks and say, hey, let's move your trailer, be nice. Let's get them to comply without using force, and let's improve that voluntary compliance. Future challenges, again, aging infrastructure, the population growth. We get a lot of complaints, and which a lot of them are warranted by our community. Once we get a complaint, we're going to go out there and we're going to take a look at it. And this was discussed at the last council meeting. The state law had changed, so body cams, we're looking into that next year for this budget cycle to make sure that we have our code officers provided with those body cams, get the procedures and policies in place now, and those type of things. So any questions or on code enforcement?
No, you are free to continue.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over just for a few slides with Mr. Bartlett.
Hold on a second, this is going to take a little longer, right?
A little change of pace here. Public Works plays a small role in our permitting and development review throughout the county. We work closely with Growth and Resource Management. Mainly, we're focused on the infrastructure that the county is going to be either getting in our right-of-way or maintaining going forward. So we have a staff of 5 people, 3 inspectors, an engineering assistant who basically is the intake for all of the use permits, right-of-way use permits, and we have a civil engineer to do development review, site plan review, traffic engineering review, things like that. So what do? Anytime somebody wants to build something in a county-maintained right-of-way, they have to get a permit. We have to review what they want to do, and then we go out and inspect what they're doing to make sure that they're complying with their permit and they're not putting anything in the right-of-way that could be unsafe or something that we have to maintain in the future that's going to cost us an inordinate amount of money. We also do development review. We look at development within the unincorporated area from a stormwater standpoint as well as general site review. And we review any infrastructure that's serving the public. Many times, new development is constructing infrastructure that is going to be maintained by the HOA. We still do a review of that to make sure it's constructed in accordance with the plans and specifications. And then we also do MPDS inspections of construction sites to make sure they're compliant with maintaining, they're not having any illicit discharges or anything off-site. And again, those are all in the unincorporated area. The cities would do those inspections for their respective municipalities. And then from an operating expense standpoint, mostly as personnel, we do have the usual administrative and indirect cost fees, and then we have vehicle costs and maintenance for our inspectors. So happy to answer any questions you have on that.
Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, can we go back to the overlying budget, the first one? The other one, yeah. That one, yeah, no, one just runs. Seems like a lot of money. Is that the proper amount of money we need to be using for this?
Yes, sir. We do get some revenue through use permitting.
I can't keep a straight face with the question. Sorry, I was just messing with you. Sorry, Mr. Chair. It's Ben. I got to have a little bit of fun. Good job.
That was it on the questions.
All right, I'll turn it back over to Ray. Thank you.
I think I should ask the same questions to Ray about the money, right?
Ray, do you know what a NPDES is?
Municipal District National Pollution Control.
The silk fence guy.
I said that.
Okay. That wasn't a trick question. I had no idea.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
So the last part of my portion of the presentation is the Growth Management Commission. This is a commission that was established through the charter many years ago. sorry about that. It has total expenses of $241,000. There is a .5, a part-time operations manager who manages the program, the consultings. They have 2 contract planning firms and legal firms. So what they do is again, it was established by the charter. They coordinate, the Valuchia Growth Management Commission coordinates large-scale comprehensive plans, large-scale, that come into the community. They serve as a clearinghouse, and they have a board that reviews these, and they may make recommendations. It's more of a clearinghouse for potential conflict resolution. If 2 communities are conflicting with a comp plan, they're there to try to help resolve that. We have on the board there, we got the unincorporated citizens. I think there's 5 on the board. The cities each get 1 person on the board. The school board is representative, and the water management district is also representative as well. So again, the operating expenses, most of it's contracted services. I think last year there was $100,000 put into the budget of anticipation of some legal challenges that did not occur, so that it should be a lot less. They are renting our building on Beachside at about $5,000, and travel and legal ads. So any questions? I know there is a member of, or a consultant who's there who runs the Growth Management Commission, but I'm here for any questions that I may be able to answer.
Councilman Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. Ray, we've seen mainly cities that are having cross-jurisdictional issues. Ormond and Daytona, I think, come to mind with a water issue, and a few others, maybe Edgewater and New Smyrna with Deering Park, I'm not sure. But how much interaction does the VGMC have on issues like that? And do they resolve the issues, or not that I blame the newspaper, but when you read the article, it never says VGMC has proposed, so I'm just curious.
Mr. Johansson, I do have Chris Daughtry here, that he may be able to provide some of that information.
Mr. Chair, members of the council, Chris Daughtry. I am a VGMC planner, and I'm with Inspire Placemaking Collective. To answer your question, it's not often that we have issues between jurisdictions, but they do come up. Sometimes they come up when they're not reviewing the case, and we say, hey, take a look at this amendment because this is potentially going to cause issues down the road for you as a jurisdiction. But in the case of Ormond Beach and Daytona Beach, that we determined through our review of that particular case that Daytona Beach was doing what they were supposed to be doing. They were updating their water supply plan. Part of their service area overlaps with Ormond Beach. Ormond Beach took issue with that. They already had an agreement in place for that particular situation. Everything else that we looked at from a comp plan standpoint was above board. So, and that did result in a lawsuit, and that judgment was found in favor of the VGMC.
Right. So does the VGMC actively look at these plans, or are you more passive and waiting for people to submit issues to you all for consideration?
We are active in our review.
Got it. Thank you.
Reach out.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, in the whole purpose of these hearings is to find efficiencies for government spending specific to us. VGMC My colleagues know I've been very critical of it, not from the individual, so don't take this personal. It's a self-imposed thing that we've done here in the county. I don't know if any other county does it, but I may be wrong there. And it's 241,000, I think what number was, somewhere around there. And unnecessary costs. Now, I know it's in the charter. I've talked to staff about that. But I think if we are serious about looking at our spending, it's an unnecessary layer that we have in our own government here. If we can't get rid of it, then I think as we go into this budget season, neuter it as much as possible to still be in compliance with our charter requirements, because it is in there. So our staff is very competent and capable of finding out if developments are contrary to our views or things like that, and we can act accordingly. So we don't need the extra layer of government. I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ray.
That's it with the presentation.
I thought you were going to say I agree with you. I'm joking.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time. Thanks.
So,
Jake?
Yep. So I everything you said was great today. I didn't chime in individually because I wanted to wait to the end. I think most of what I have to say is general in nature, and I think what you're trying to do is going to get me where I want you to go, but I want to make it known to the public. But I think we need to get to 100% cost recovery. And I know that's going to potentially raise the cost of a home or permitting, but we have to figure that out. And there's a couple ways to do that, right? Increase fees or become more efficient. I think with Amanda coming up for review and possibly going out to bid for either renewal or a better product, if there's one out there, that there's opportunities there for some type of ERP that works for you, that does a little bit of everything that you talked about today. I don't know if that exists. You're the one that goes to those conferences and figures it out. But I would love to see that efficiency and automation. I know, George, that our IT department is doing some type of experimentation, and you're starting to dabble in AI. I think there's money to be made there if you can protect us from, HAL 2000 coming in and taking control of our county. But I think there's plenty of opportunity for you there. I would like to see every way we can to get 100% cost recovery. Find out, make sure that our contracts for external, whatever we're contracting for, is the best way forward. Very seldom does in-house, in that business, does in-house save money, because then you got to pay the government bill part of it. And just keep working to invest in automation. If not to reduce the pressure from staff, but to get more people doing that human thing that they have to do, and less time doing the stuff that we can automate. So with that, I think you can find even more efficiencies throughout the next few years. Thanks.
Thank you. County Manager George Rechtenwald.
Yeah, I want to commend Ray and his team, because they have been constantly working that. We've had studies, we've had our own in-house work and reviews, and they'll continue along those lines. It is, sometimes we find ourselves maybe splitting some hairs. There are areas where we really try to do customer service, as mentioned. We try to be friendly when people come in and ask questions, and because we see such a wide variety of customers. It's, yes, we have the the big professionals that come in and deal with that, but we also many times have mom and pop, and they just want to split their property, or they just, and again, the staff works really hard to accommodate both areas. And to that, they try to exercise some discretion when you get into like fees, building fees, inspection fees. Do we hit them every time when we go back out and look at something? Not necessarily. We try to be, if people are working and trying to be honest about it and work hard, there is some discretion. You'll see more about that maybe coming up in the future. But again, trying to split the hair between being very customer service friendly, but also to your point, we do want to be 100% cost recovery. And I want to say, in the building area, we are there. It's in the planning and zoning area where we're not yet. And of course, that's a little bit more difficult, but we're working at that. And but I do want to say that we are there when it comes to the building fees in that particular area.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, staff. Lisa Lewis, have you enjoyed your morning? Okay, and that brings us to the item that you've been waiting for all day, item 8, appointment of Frank Bruno as substitute member of Valuchia County Canvassing Board for all of the elections for 2026, Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion for the reappointment of Mr. Bruno to serve on behalf of the council for the Valuchia County Canvassing Board for all elections to be held in 2026.
Second, Johansson.
Who made the second?
Johansson.
Okay. Any questions? Any questions for Lisa? She's been here all day.
Does he do a good job, Lisa?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I do want to say thank you for reappointing, well, you haven't voted yet, but hopefully reappointing Mr. Bruno. He does bring a balance to our canvassing board. I've explained that before, and he does, believe it or not, enjoy it. He has been doing it for several years back when he was on the council, and since he's been off, he has assisted. So we appreciate him, and we appreciate each of you also.
Well, thank you, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
You have a big job.
Thank you.
And you do it well. Then let's see if he gets approved. All in favor of the appointment of Frank Bruno, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? And he's reappointed unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure I'll be seeing you throughout the year.
Councilman Robbins.
Oh, Chair, I was just going to volunteer for the last agenda item.
Motion to approve Councilman Robbins volunteering to serve as
It's nice to hear your voice.
council member to the Deep Creek Preserve Management Plan Advisory Group. I'll make the motion and I'll second it if it's allowed.
Okay. A motion by Troy Kent, second by David Santiago for the nomination of Danny Robbins to Deep Creek Preserve Management Plan Advisory Group. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And you are appointed.
Thank you, Danny.
And that brings us to public participation. And there not being any. Let's see if we can read the name this time. John Nicholson. It looks like Jim T. Nicholson.
I was a doctor in a past life. John Nicholson, B-side. A couple of things. One, I know you want to get rid of the arts and culture from the general fund. Again, I want to ask you to put on the ballot in November the idea of putting the arts and culture into the Echo Fund. Because what's the use of having these buildings? We did the brick and mortar. They have to be used, all right? So ask the public. Things have changed. we're looking at budget cuts. We want these buildings used, and we want them used by the young kids, by the elderly, the poor, et cetera, et cetera. This is a proper use of the funding, and ask them. All you have to do is put it on the ballot and ask them. Secondly, pay attention to the money. The state is doing these audits all around, and they just did one for Flagler. If you look at what the paper reported, I think they're targeting with the idea of they want to say there's too much money in the budget, therefore lower taxes. And if they do that for the other three that I looked at, they're going to do it to us. So be aware of what they're saying. They're just not looking close enough into why things are in the budget. They're just assuming, like our council person at our meeting, she looked at the 15 TVs and automatically assumed that they were luxury items for the fire rather than computer driven. Also, the CRAs, visualize driving over any of our bridges onto the beachside. You will notice there are 7 large buildings on the north half of our CRA. On the ocean, the south half, there are none. No new buildings since the CRA went in 40 years ago. And why? One, because Jim Chisholm didn't want them. And secondly, you took off the CRA representative from the county. If the county had been there, the misfunding that we found out would not have happened. The county would have looked at it. So I'm asking you again, I know it's an appointment by the city, but if you don't ask, you don't get. So I'm asking you to take a look at it, please. And Main Street is going to be remodeled. They're looking at it carefully. You own it. If they screw it up, which they're planning on doing, we all lose. Remember how valuable tourism is, all right? They are planning on 2-laning it from the diagrams that are showing, so that there's no turn lanes at Peninsula or Halifax. They will back up. You do not want that backed up to the other side of the river or to Ridgewood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. County Manager.
I have nothing today.
Okay. County Attorney has something.
Just 2 brief items. I would like the authority to proceed with possibly filing suit if necessary. We have an agreement that the council entered into with Proto Group, Inc. It operates as Daytona Grande Oceanfront Hotel. We recently, the county performed $13,988 of work that our position they are responsible for. We entered into an agreement which allowed Proto Group to place improvements and structures in the approach in exchange for maintaining the approach. And we'd like to ask for the authority to enforce that contract that council approved.
Okay. I hope you'll get that motion and second and approval. Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
I will make that motion. I'm very familiar with that property. There's the hotel owner next door to it had reached out to me as well, and that's what started asking the same question, so I'll make that motion.
Okay. There was a second. Councilman Robbins makes the second to allow you to pursue the suit. Any questions for Mike? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And you get the approval of the council unanimously. Anything else?
And just one other item, I'd like your approval to bring back an agenda item to you. I sent you an email that one of the things that came out of this legislative session was a really hefty increase to our sovereign immunity caps, which right now are at $200,000 per person. If signed by the governor, that would result in a 75% increase, about $350,000. I would assume other local governments are in the same position, that they're looking at what is the authority of the manager to resolve some of the claims before litigation or if litigation's filed. I'd like to bring back an ordinance to bring that in line to really get us ready for that change of the sub immediate caps. Takes effect in October.
I'll make the same motion.
Motion to approve his county attorney's request.
Second,
And a second
Johansson.
by Jake Johansson. When would you bring it back?
We would have to. It would be a month.
Okay. Whatever your time frame is, needs to be. Any questions for the county attorney on this request? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Anything else while you're batting 1,000?
No, I'll stop while I'm ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Then we'll go to council closing remarks. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple, actually just one thing I'd like to talk about. While I was surfing Facebook, I found actually a good ad or a company that has to deal with HOA accountability. I know HOAs have been a hot topic, and in my travels here the last 6 years throughout the county and in my district, being it's a coastal district, I've realized or come to realize that people have accepted some level of growth, even though we don't have a whole lot of it in unincorporated Valuchia, not that goes in front of us. But we do see annexations that are controlled by statute and growth in the cities. But I have a couple videos here that I'd like to show if they work. And pretty much the purpose of this and my idea behind it is maybe giving staff direction to see what we can do to show our residents that, hey, there's a little bit more checks and balances, or hey, the HOAs that border us or that come into unincorporated county, that they're keeping up with their stormwater maintenance, that it's not going to affect any neighboring properties or residents. And that's primarily what I'm hearing. Is the acceptance of it. People understand property rights. People understand that we cannot not do anything or build. But when it does happen, are we doing it? Is there some long-term checks and balances? Chris, if you could, maybe just, they only last about 30 seconds, but maybe the first two and then the last one on that list.
For the original stormwater maintenance agreement, the one the developer was supposed to hand over when the community was built 15 or 20 years ago, and nobody can find it, you've got a bigger problem than a missing document. Here's what that missing agreement actually means. When the developer built your community, they installed stormwater infrastructure to get their permits, ponds, pipes, outfalls, drainage systems, all designed to manage runoff and meet county requirements. When they handed the community over to the HOA, there was supposed to be a maintenance agreement transferred with it, a document that spells out exactly what the HOA is responsible for maintaining and how. If that agreement is missing, you're flying blind. You don't know what's your responsibility versus the county's. You don't know what maintenance protocols were supposed to be followed, and you don't know what condition those systems were in when the handover happened. And now the city is asking for it, which usually means they're preparing to inspect, or they already found a problem somewhere in the watershed and they're working their way to your property. Either way, you need to know what you're dealing with, not what was on paper 15 years ago. What's actually happening on the ground today. Our stormwater compliance assessment gives you that. We inspect every system, document current conditions, identify deficiencies, and give you a prioritized roadmap. So when the city follows up, and they will, you have all the current professional documentation that shows you're taking this seriously. Click below. You'll land on a page explaining the full assessment. Drop your info in the form, and we'll reach out to talk about your community and what the city.
Yeah, and maybe just the last one is fine. I think the last one was good.
Out that the industry recommendation is to allocate 12 to 35% of your annual HOA budget to retention pond maintenance, and your community has been allocating less than 2%, you now understand why everything feels like it's falling apart. Because it is. slowly, and the math doesn't lie. Here's what happens when you underfund stormwater maintenance by 90% or more for a decade. The sediment builds up in the pond. Nobody dredges it. The outfalls clog. Nobody cleans them. The banks erode. Nobody stabilizes them. The vegetation overgrows. Nobody manages it. And each year, the cost to fix all of it goes up. Deferred maintenance doesn't stay flat. It compounds. What would have been a $30,000 4-bay cleaning 5 years ago is now $175,000 full pond dredging. What would have been a $10,000 bank repair is now
I get the point. So council, at the end of the day, I'm looking at possibly to hold maybe some of these HOAs more accountable long term. I don't know of a policy that exists here locally because there's a lot to do with state statute of what we can do with HOAs. Do you guys, I look forward to hearing from everybody, but do you guys mind if we give staff just direction for maybe some additional info to help? I know any info would be better than no info, but it would help some of my residents out. But also, too, it may let the folks that maybe live in these HOAs get on your HOAs if they're misallocating money, so, and not putting it where it possibly needs to go. But I'm interested hearing what my colleagues have to
Danny,
say.
can you clarify your request?
Just to send this back or send this over to staff to see if there's anything that we can possibly do at a local level that's not in conflict with the state statute in terms of HOA accountability to their stormwater systems.
I don't have a problem with it. I support that.
Yeah.
Information's good.
I think that's a great request. Councilman Johansson.
And I do as well. I'd just like to ask George, what do we do now to hold HOAs accountable, not for how much they spend, but the outcome?
Well, right now, of course, most of our work's done up front. And so this is an interesting topic. I'd love to have the staff dive into it because I do think that over time, this is probably a problem. And so, we're not really equipped right now. We do depend a lot on the HOAs. This is very similar to what you ran into with the condo issues of not taking care of their buildings and stuff, and then it becomes a public problem. And this one here, because how it's tied into other stormwater systems, I definitely see it as something it'd be a worthwhile exercise to look into.
And Councilman Robbins, would you make this time uncertain to give staff the
George,
time and leverage?
It's going to take probably a little bit, with the next couple months, 1 or 2 months here. But, I'll just wrap it up with this. Council, I think what I like about this most, if we can even do anything, that it can be done by a third party. We're not going to be increasing really government on our side, and it's something that may end up being a requirement by the HOA to follow these rules or have this kind of stuff. So I'm eager to see it, and it may help us out. So thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. You made a motion. There was a second by Jake Johansson?
Yep.
Okay. All in favor of Councilman Robbins' proposal, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, very good. Was that it for you? Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to share an interesting experience my wife and I had. We just got back from our vacation, and one of the stops that we made, we had the privilege to visit the beaches of Normandy, Omaha Beach, and those places. It's a real eye opener. The experience that a lot of these young men went through over there. It's kind of scary. I tried putting myself in that place of being told to either storm a 100-foot wall, scale and climb up ropes and dig parts of it, or these 200 or 300 yard beaches where you could see where the bunkers were, just shooting them down. So But I learned something else interesting, that we have so there's the cemetery there that houses the American soldiers. I think there's like 9,000 of them that are buried there. So we visit the Normandy Cemetery, and there's a Volusia County resident buried there. And so I just wanted to share his name and a little bit about him. And we visited the site where he's buried. It's Private Martin J. Cody. He was part of the 115th Infantry Regiment, 29th Infantry Division. His hometown was DeLand, Volusia County. And he was killed on July 10th, 1944 during a fierce hedgerow fighting near Saint Lô, France. It was interesting. I learned a little bit also about this hedgerow fighting. So these hedgerows were separating a lot of these farms, and there was these thick hedgerows that you really couldn't see through. Some of the stories that were shared with us that, you could just be, just within a few feet of the enemy and not know it. So I just wanted to recognize this private from Volusia County that we got the opportunity to visit the burial site. So amazing experience. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Dempsey.
I have nothing, but I will supplement that. Remember that book I gave out when all the veterans were here and all that? And just as a reminder, because his name, I would imagine, is in that book, because it's dedicated to all the Volusia County residents who were killed in action in World War II. And just as a reminder, the majority of the streets that surround Halifax Hospital were named after Volusia County residents killed in action in World War II. And so there's a book floating around with the veterans director. I forget his name, but anyway, yeah. If you ever get a chance to look at that book, it's very humbling. It just makes you appreciate what these Volusia County people all did. And
yeah.
him.
I'm sorry to step on you, but it was interesting because I'm still jet lagged from it. So I was up at 2 a.m. the other night and I couldn't sleep. So I went to YouTube and I've been watching D-Day stuff for the last 48 hours. Well, in the middle of the night. It's just an amazing experience and the bravery. So thank you, Don, for sharing that.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Comment was made during public comments about core values. I think we all agreed of what our core values were. It might have been a quick decision, but the chairman made some good points. The state has been going around and telling everybody that they're overspending in areas, but I think those assessments have to be tempered with what our local public wants to spend money on. Now, not everybody is interested in spending money on one thing or another. We have a frequent flyer that sends us emails about what he wants to spend money on and what he doesn't. We have 70-something% of the public that wants to spend money on Valuchia Forever, and so therefore there's like 27% that doesn't or didn't care to vote for it. So there's kind of a dichotomy between what the CFO thinks ought to be spent, what the local public thinks ought to be spent in some cases. So when it comes to non-mandatory spending, I think the public should have a lot of say in that. So when it comes to core values, one of our missions is a quality of life for Volusia County. We frequently here on council get frustrated because people say, I knew nothing about that. And then you look at George and go, George, how'd they know nothing about it? And then he shows you the 80 million ways that we got the information out. Radio, TV, every website we own, and all that stuff. And you're like, well, we tried, right? The little yellow signs against the road that you can't read, so he ups the font, and it's always something. So I think the public education in the cities and the counties, universities or academies are well worth our time. It's just like the folks that are still out here sitting in a council meeting learning about what we're doing. The folks with the blue shirts could have left a long time ago, but here they are learning a little bit about the trials and tribulations of a council meeting. And that's part of their education. They're going to go home and go, you're right, they do that. Or no, let me tell you what I saw when I was at the council meeting. So I think an informed, not educated, but informed public is well worth our time and well worth our effort. So I do believe that public education is a core value. Secondly, I kind of mentioned that I wanted staff to make sure they were talking to each other. Most of you know that I come from 35 years in the Navy, and with that comes a chain of command. That's a hard thing to shake, and I firmly believe there is a chain of command. And one of the things that we lived in the military is you don't jump the chain. You don't go to the general or the admiral before you go talk to the lieutenant and the captain. So I want to make sure in all instances that our troops and our workers and our staff are accessing their leadership to get the answers to questions before they come to us and try to put something out there. Now, I will say that when a member of our staff is bringing up something, I don't want to call it whistleblower, but brings up a concern, and that concern isn't addressed at all or addressed properly in the public for that matter, then they have every right to come up here and talk to us. And if the person is still concerned, then absolutely they have every right to come up here and chat with us about that. It wasn't a slam to you, George. It was just a kind of a thing about how I think about chain of command, and that I want to make sure that everything's being resolved at the lowest issue. And if at that time it still needs to be brought up for public awareness, I'm all for it. So that's where I stand on those two issues. I believe that's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you.
Wait 1 second. George, your name is up again.
Yeah, I just, real quickly, I agree 100%. I've worked with that chain of command issue. It is probably almost half of our organization is in a paramilitary type structure. So to your point, I do encourage that. I encourage also as you say, the generals and the colonels and whatever to go the opposite direction and push that information down. And that's a challenge, and it can be a challenge, particularly in something like a fire department where they have 20 stations and they work 3 distinct shifts. So in order to push it down, it does get to be a little bit of a logistics challenge, but we'll continue to work on that to make sure that they always have access. And again, I push getting that information in that other direction to try and eliminate some of those questions. And I think today, I'm sorry that it took up time, but I'm glad the discussion occurred.
Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I just like it, excuse me. I just like it whenever I ever miss a meeting. I did miss the last meeting, and the meeting before that, we ran late, so we didn't have time for comments. So I have just a couple of brief comments here. My first one is actually to John Nicholson. So 2 meetings ago, I wanted to let you know you were MIA. You weren't here, and none of us knew why. So I really asked staff to do a wellness check on you to make sure you were okay. It was bike week, and maybe you were busy. I don't know. But I just wanted you to know you weren't here. You were missed. Next, I see Michael Ryan is still here, and I have not had an opportunity to speak about this since our State of the County address. But the State of the County address was executed exceptionally well. Mr. Ryan, you and your team did a yeoman's job. And also, I wanted to publicly compliment Terry and Miriam. Terry and Miriam, to make sure everything on our end worked seamlessly. They were there for days, I heard. well beyond their contracted hours. So I just wanted to thank them for doing that as well. Lynn Flanders is in the house. Lynn, you know that when I ran for this council seat, one of my top 3 goals was to bring concerts and venues back to the Ocean Center. And ma'am, you have been making things happen at the Ocean Center under your very competent leadership. So thank you for what you're doing there as well. Gentlemen, on Sunday, May 31st, the County of Volusia has partnered with Daytona Dog Beach, Nanette McKeel-Petrella and her group. There will be a dog surfing competition in front of the Hard Rock Hotel, and they have asked me to be one of the judges. So I'm gladly going to do that. And if you have nothing going on, or even if you have something going on, clear your calendar, come down there and watch some dogs surf. This used to take place every year in Flagler County. It brought thousands of people to the beach, and it's going to bring thousands of people down for this event as well. So I wanted to make sure.
Bad boy Dudley?
Listen, here's the deal. Here's the deal.
You were a surfer, so certainly you showed them how to surf.
Listen, the deal is that we have Miss Daisy, who's the favorite, and Bad Boy Dudley. But Bad Boy Dudley actually does better on the beach than Miss Daisy. So I think the Bad Boy's going to have an appearance because Heather Kent will come down with the dogs at some point, I'm sure. We have a picture. Can we throw that up there? This is a really cool thing I wanted to share with you, Council. And that is, I wanted to thank you, gentlemen, because you approved this proclamation for Geneva Jackson, who about 3 weeks ago turned 100 years old. And Geneva was mine and hundreds, if not thousands of other young kids' art teacher at Osceola Elementary. She also taught at the Rigby Center for Girls, which was an all-black school for girls in Ormond Beach back in the day. But Geneva Jackson is such a sweet, kind woman with a loving heart and a kind soul. And for a guy who could not draw anything but a stick figure, she would put her hand on top of my hand using pastel crayons and come up with a masterpiece. And I would go home at 6, 7, 8 years old and give this to my mother. And my mother played along like she thought I drew it. But it was always Mrs. Jackson that did that. And she was just full of fire and kindness and love. And, you know, I invited her to my wedding 20 years ago. And she showed up and she danced with me. And she got in my ear and she said, "I left you a gift on your front porch." And to this day, if you come over to my house, at the front of my house, because I have a green thumb, but she really has a green thumb. She has 10 green thumbs compared to my one. She left me a bird of paradise on my front porch. And that bird of paradise, 20 years later, is still thriving because of Mrs. Jackson. Council, I wanted you to see this picture because Mrs. Jackson turned 100 and she loved it. And I came into work today and I have in my hand a letter from her daughter, who is, you know, over 70 years old, just thanking me for doing that and sharing that story. And I'll just tell you how these things kind of touch people. I went to the memorial of Jesus's death the other evening with my father and my sisters, and a woman sitting in front of us turned around. She knew my father, and she said, "I just saw you at a birthday party." And I thought, my kid's not quite 20 years old, and I haven't gone to a kid's birthday party in I don't know how long. She said, "I was serving some of the food at Miss Jackson's 100th birthday celebration, and your story about her giving you that plant and helping you draw with putting her hand on top of yours." I mean, this woman knew what I said because she was listening to it, obviously, at the event. Thanks for popping up that picture. And Council, thanks for letting me have a couple of moments of personal privilege here. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Where was the picture?
What was the location?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Where was he?
That was the Palmetto Club in Daytona Beach. Yeah.
Familiar.
Yeah, that's the Palmetto Club in Daytona Beach, on not far from, I would say, the Chart House.
All right.
Sure she didn't put her hands on
Councilman
yours to keep you
Robbins.
from eating crayons?
Chair, if I may, just 2 seconds. I forgot to bring up during my time. Edgewater is looking to fund part of their dock project. See, in the city of Edgewater. I just need to make a request for council consideration for staff, county staff, to work with the city on their application to use some Port District grant funds.
Make a motion.
That are available, and that'll be my motion.
Second.
Motion to use fine funds?
Port District grant
okay.
funds.
Okay. Motion by Robbins, second by Troy Kent. Any questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And permission granted. All right, Troy Kent, you were finished. Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Don't have much. The only thing I wanted to point out, I think it was last week or the week before, there was the Innovation Challenge that was over at the Ocean Center. Thank you, Lynn, by the way. And the competition, I unfortunately couldn't make it last year, but this year I heard it's expanded even more. So kudos to Lou Paris and the rest of the economic development team, as well as Connie, who put that on. Connie Garzon? Yeah. Anyways, but there were two individuals that I had met prior to at the Team Valuchia event. And I was talking to the young lady. She was here today for a while, Amelia, who you met, Chair. And Amelia is a dual major at Embry-Riddle. She's 19 years old. And her majors are engineering physics and space physics.
Easy stuff.
Yeah. Isn't that like drawing with crayons? So she started to proceed to tell me about their project that they were entering into the Innovation Challenge, and I stopped her a few minutes into it, and I said, let me just stop you. You lost me at hello. So unbelievably, we have some unbelievably smart kids that are here in this community. And what really pleased me when the individuals that I was speaking with at the event and prior to, their plan is not to leave here, which has always been a goal, I think, of everybody up here. You want to see them graduate, take their diploma across the stage, and stay right here in Valuchia County and work here. I believe 2 of the past winners of the Innovation Challenge have done just that, that they've stayed right here in Valuchia County and they had every intention on moving their business to either Connecticut or out west, and they opted to stay here in Valuchia County. So that's a testament to what great job that we're doing and Lou and his folks are doing. But Amelia and Nathan had started this project. It's called Embler, and they did win the best of category. But Embler has a Samsura flight computer, and I had to write this down to remember this. But what it's capable of doing, or you can go out and buy a tube from Office Depot, one of these document tubes, and make a rocket out of it. And the rocket, those that are enthusiasts, we talked about a little bit about the airplane enthusiasts, the small airplanes today, but these rocket enthusiasts that is growing can capture information, flight data, air temperature, all kinds of stuff that can be used for bigger projects. So I commend them, and I encourage them to continue to explore that opportunity, and we'll rely on them for that type of technology. Also, in relation to the dog surfing contest, I'll be judging the costumes, so I'll be there with you. So
Who's wearing the costumes? The dogs or the owners?
The dogs.
Okay.
Probably the owners. Well, probably the owners too, I'm sure, but I'm not sure how that expands to what we're going to be voting on. But I was looking forward to that as well.
I would go to see Troy in a costume.
I would go to see Troy surf. So I heard he was quite the surfer. So, but anyways, that being said, that's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of quick things. We really on one topic, we brought up a few meetings ago the potential charter amendment for banning potable reuse. 2 weeks ago, the city of Daytona Beach passed that unanimously. Last night, I went to the Edgewater City Commission meeting, and they passed both an ordinance to ban it immediately and placed a charter amendment, will be on their November ballot. We had to vote here. It failed here 4-3. I bring it up because I want to ask, just remind any of the four that voted against it, you could always bring it back, put it back on the agenda to revote on that. So just putting that thought in your mind. And with that, at 12:57, we are adjourned.